begitu seterusnya. Jadi ada baju yang bagus dan ada baju yang jelek. Baju yang jelek memang pada akhirnya dibuang ke tempat sampah. Baju yang masih bagus yang bisa bertahan lama itu dijualnya ke Indonesia. Nah, inilah masalahnya. Karena apa? Karena industri tekstil itu bahkan sebelum zaman Fashion Fest, sebelum orang-orang FOMO itu menguasai tren, itu sudah merusak iklim, sudah merusak alam. Industri tekstil itu adalah salah satu industri paling berbahaya buat lingkungan hidup. Nomor 2 setelah pertambangan, dan berkali-kali lipat lebih berbahaya daripada industri penerbangan, industri pelayaran, dan sebagainya gitu. Coba aja misalkan Baraya bayangkan datanya itu menyebutkan 20% air itu disedot oleh industri tekstil, dan kemudian mereka buang itu dan menghasilkan sekitar 20% polusi air. Bayangkan 20% polusi air, seperlimanya itu dihasilkan oleh industri tekstil. Kemudian 10% dari efek rumah kaca itu disebabkan oleh gas-gas buangan yang disebabkan oleh industri tekstil ini, baik dalam industrinya, distribusinya ataupun konsumsinya. Kemudian 35% dari seluruh mikroplastik yang mencemari lingkungan itu juga berasal dari industri tekstil gitu. Jadi ini memang benar-benar bermasalah. Sekarang bayangkan ketika orang-orang kemudian berpikir yang penting ikutin tren, dan kemudian pakaian-pakaian itu dibuat dalam skala yang jauh lebih besar, didistribusikan dalam jauh yang lebih besar, kemudian dipakai juga dan dipakainya hanya sebentar, itu dampak terhadap lingkungannya seperti apa? Dan kaum FOMO itu gak pernah berpikir seperti ini. Mereka yang penting ngikutin tren aja, mereka nggak peduli pada kerusakan lingkungan, mereka nggak peduli pada masa depan, mereka hanya peduli pada tren hari ini apa ya, saya ikut, saya panik banget kalau misalkan nggak ikut kayak gituan gitu. Makanya ini kaum FOMO ini bisa merusak lingkungan hidup. Coba misalkan kita perdetailkan aja dalam kasus per kasus gitu ya, dalam kerusakan per kerusakan. Industri tekstil di seluruh dunia setiap tahunnya itu menghabisi sekitar 95 miliar liter air di seluruh dunia. Dan kalau misalkan Baraya bingung itu maksudnya sebanyak apa? Maksudnya adalah setiap satu baju katun yang seperti ini yang saya buat ini membutuhkan sekitar 27 liter air. 27.000 liter air hanya untuk satu kaos yang dibuat, hanya untuk satu pakaian yang dibuat gitu. Itu kan besar, dan itu kalau misalkan dikalkulasikan lebih kecil lagi, artinya apa? Itu adalah jatah minum untuk satu orang selama 2,5 tahun. Untuk satu pakaian saja gitu. Menghabisinya begitu. Nah, sesudah habis disedot, airnya ya tentu saja sebenarnya tidak langsung hilang gitu. Air itu kan konstan jumlahnya. Nah, tidak hilang, tetapi air itu kembali dialirkan, tetapi warnanya sudah merah, sudah kuning, sudah hijau. Jadi kalau misalkan Baraya bingung dengan persentase, misalkan 20% air tercemar gara-gara tekstil, dan itu cukup membingungkan, Baraya tinggal aja di wilayah-wilayah yang dekat dengan pabrik tekstil, dan Baraya akan menemukan bahwa sungai-sungai yang ada di sekitarnya itu.
Tengah malam gak bisa tidur, minum sedares.
Kadang-kadang aromanya macem-macem gitu ya, ada aroma Indomie goreng, kadang-kadang ada aroma kucing kebakar gitu. Pokoknya macam-macam. Terus warnanya juga kadang-kadang kuning, hijau gitu, indah-indah warna jadi sungainya itu gitu ya. Kadang-kadang juga berbuih banyak, kayak kita tuh jadi pengen mandi buih di gitu, mandi busa di situ gitu, kayak di bathtub gitu. Jadi pasti pembuangannya itu udah seperti itu gitu. Dan itulah yang terjadi bukan hanya di Indonesia tetapi juga di seluruh dunia. Itulah pabrik tekstil. Kalau misalkan kemudian kita nuntut perusahaannya untuk misalkan buang limbah menjadi lebih baik dan sebagainya, ya itu juga susah. Berarti tekstilnya harganya harus dinaikin gitu. Kalau harga tekstil dinaikin berarti kita nanti kalah dari Cina gitu ya. Dan itu jadi dilemanya lebih panjang lagi. Tapi intinya tekstil itu benar-benar merusak gitu. Itu hanya untuk airnya saja. Kemudian industri tekstil itu kan menggunakan polyester. Nah, polyester itu sekali dicuci saja itu langsung menyebar mikroplastik. 2 kali dicuci menyebar terus. Jadi selama kita cuci pakaian kita ini, pakaian itu terus-terusan mengeluarkan mikroplastik kemana-mana. Dan akhirnya yang tadi disebutkan itu 35% dari mikroplastik di seluruh dunia itu berasal dari pabrik atau industri tekstil. Dan bukan hanya selesai di situ. Kalau misalkan si pakaiannya dibuang, ya itu juga akhirnya ketika dia terurainya itu adalah mikroplastiknya makin lama makin banyak gitu. Begitu. Jadi ini memang benar-benar merusak lingkungan dalam banyak hal, termasuk juga proses pembuatannya, pewarna yang sangat berbahaya, kemudian pakai pestisida pula, kemudian banyak hal-hal yang di situ yang Ya, intinya balik lagi ke kerusakan lingkungan dari pabrik tekstil ini gitu. Dan satu hal yang uniknya lagi adalah tentang distribusi dari industri-industri tekstil ini. Jadi industri tekstil ini karena didorong oleh keinginan masyarakat untuk membeli pakaian sesuai tren, maka dibutuhkan industri tekstil yang bisa cepat dalam memproduksinya. Nah, untuk bisa cepat memproduksinya dan kemudian barang-barangnya murah, maka harus juga dibutuhkan tenaga kerja yang sangat murah. Makanya tenaga kerja itu berasal dari Bangladesh, dari Indonesia, dari Vietnam yang murah-murah kayak gitu. Tapi bahan bakunya itu justru berasal dari Cina. Jadi pabriknya ada di Indonesia, bahan bakunya ada di Cina. Jadi apa? Selain juga nanti di situ bikin kong kali kong antara Indonesia dengan Cina dengan kerjasama yang kurang sehat, distribusi dari Cina ke Indonesia kemudian balik lagi ke sana itu juga memakan banyak sekali bahan bakar fosil yang lagi-lagi memang meningkatkan perdagangan tetapi merusak alam dalam skala yang lebih luas, lebih besar lagi. Begitu. Nah, jadi gimana dong? Apakah kita harus menggunakan pakaian bekas? Ya boleh menggunakan pakaian bekas dari kerabat sendiri gitu ya, kerabat gitu, kelelawar, ya dari kerabat sendiri atau pakaian yang kita jaga dengan baik dan sebagainya gitu ya, ya itu silakan yang seperti itu. Jangan, intinya gini, kita berpakaian dengan bijak, kita berpakaian dengan baik sesuai dengan kebutuhan, bukan berpakaian karena kita ngikutin tren. Jadi jangan pernah takut, jangan pernah panik kalau misalkan kita berbeda sama orang lain, kalau kita misalkan tidak mengikuti tren. Ya biasa-biasa aja. Justru orang-orang yang mengikuti tren itu adalah orang-orang yang terjajah, orang-orang yang takut kalau misalkan mereka berbeda dengan orang lain, orang-orang yang memang tidak memiliki pendirian, orang-orang yang otaknya itu memang sudah agak sengklek sendiri. Dan FOMO itu secara psikologis itu memang gangguan mental, atau setidak-tidaknya bahwa dia dekat dengan gangguan mental gitu. Jadi jangan dipertahankan udah mah gangguan mental, ngerusak diri sendiri, ngerusak lingkungan alam juga seperti itu. Jadi mendingan Baraya ketika berpakaian, berpakaianlah dengan sebijak-bijaknya. Kalau misalkan ada pakaian bekas ya silahkan pakai, tapi bukan dari luar juga gitu ya. Ya dari kerabat sendiri atau apa gitu. Kemudian dijaga baik-baik, digunakan sampai bertahun-tahun, dan jangan malu dengan pakaian yang itu-itu saja gitu. Kan banyak orang-orang, khususnya maaf ya, cewek kalau misalkan pakaiannya itu saja tuh kayak gimana gitu ya, kan bisa cewek-cewek jago mengkombinasikan pakaian gitu ya. Jadi pakai itu, jangan mudah beli pada pakaian-pakaian hanya gara-gara itu lagi tren gitu. Dan buat Baraya kaum FOMO, ya please lah, Baraya harus punya jati diri sendiri, punya selera sendiri, dan itu tampilkan, demonstrasikan kepada masyarakat bahwa selera saya seperti ini, saya nggak mengikuti zaman gitu. Saya misalkan ya, saya mohon maaf ya, saya berpenampilan seperti ini, sangat sederhana kan? Tetapi walaupun saya berpenampilan seperti ini sangat sederhana, tetapi pas saya lihat kabinet menteri-menteri Pak Jokowi itu banyak yang ngikutin saya, pakai peci dan pakai kacamata. Bahkan Ki Hajar Dewantara, Pak Muhammad Hatta itu juga sering ngikutin saya pakai kacamata dan pakai kopiah. Itu menunjukkan apa? Menunjukkan bahwa pribadi yang utuh, pribadi yang biasa-biasa aja, nggak usah ngikutin orang lain, justru malah berpotensi untuk diikuti sama orang lain, bahkan oleh menteri-menteri sekalipun. Terima kasih karena sudah menyimak. Saya Guru Gembul dan Kucing. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Maaf, Cing. Assalamualaikum, selamat datang kembali di Guru Gembul Channel. 18 Februari tahun 2001, warga Sampit itu benar-benar mendapatkan teror yang sangat luar biasa ketika sekelompok besar orang-orang Dayak mengepung wilayah Sampit yang dikuasai oleh orang-orang Madura. Pada waktu itu, sengketa antara kedua etnis itu benar-benar meruncing, sehingga hasil dari konflik itu adalah lebih dari 1.000 rumah dibakar, puluhan mobil dan kendaraan bermotor itu juga dibakar. Kemudian aset-aset banyak yang sudah benar-benar dirusak. Jumlah kematian itu mencapai sekitar 500 sampai 1.500 orang. Dan sampai akhir tahun itu masih terjadi kejar-kejaran antar etnis di sana. Banyak hipotesis terkait dengan hal ini yang akan kita bahas nanti, tetapi setidak-tidaknya di sini ada beberapa kejanggalan. Kita mengenal bahwa masyarakat Indonesia itu adalah masyarakat yang sangat terbuka dan toleran. Masyarakat kita sejak awal sudah terdidik bahwa kita itu berbeda-beda etnis, suku, bahasa, bangsa, agama, dan sebagainya. Dan karena itu, ketika ada konflik antar etnis, itu menjadi sesuatu yang sangat mengherankan. Bagaimana ceritanya hal ini bisa terjadi? Nah, di episode ini kita akan membahas itu. Bukan soal siapa yang menang, jangan tanyakan itu. Tetapi kenapa konflik itu bisa terjadi dan mungkinkah itu akan terjadi di masa depan. Simak videonya sampai tuntas. Yuk kita mulai.
Everyone focus!
Quietly now. Things are about to get dicey.
Pada tahun 2000 di Kabupaten Katingan ada sebuah konflik kecil antara beberapa orang yang menyebabkan satu di antaranya yaitu Sendung meninggal dunia. Sendung adalah orang Dayak dan diperkirakan yang berkonflik dan menyebabkan kematiannya itu adalah orang Madura. Walaupun ini sudah ditangani oleh pihak kepolisian, tetapi karena ya pihak kepolisian biasanya juga susah untuk dipercaya pada waktu itu, sehingga banyak sekali warga masyarakat yang tidak terima dan tidak percaya untuk bisa menyerahkan masalah ini kepada pihak yang berwajib. Karena itu banyak di antara mereka yang memprovokasi teman-temannya untuk mencari sendiri, main hakim sendiri tentang siapa sebenarnya yang membunuh Sendung yang dimaksud itu. Banyak kejadian parah setelah itu, ratusan orang mulai melakukan sweeping terhadap warga, dan di situ mulai ada konflik, ada pembunuhan juga di situ, ada pengeroyokan dan ada pembakaran terhadap beberapa rumah yang ada di sana. Sampai akhirnya ada isu bahwa pembunuh Sendung itu tidak ditangkap polisi tetapi berhasil melarikan diri ke Sampit. Maka dari itulah maka orang-orang Dayak mulai memobilisasi massa untuk melakukan pengejaran dan serangan terhadap orang-orang yang ada di Sampit. Mendengar hal yang seperti itu, orang-orang Madura yang ada di Sampit yang merasa bahwa dirinya akan diserang oleh orang-orang Dayak juga mulai bereaksi dengan sangat defensif. Mereka mulai berkumpul dalam jumlah yang sangat besar, ribuan orang menumpuk di jalan-jalan. Mereka konvoi dengan kendaraan, baik itu kendaraan roda 2 maupun kendaraan roda 4. Mereka kemudian bawa celurit kemana-mana, bawa senjata tajam, mengancam siapapun yang mau atau berani-beraninya masuk ke Sampit untuk bisa melakukan balas dendam, maka mereka akan hadapi. Tak jauh dari itu, bahkan orang-orang Madura kemudian datang menggerebek orang-orang yang dipercaya sebagai perwakilan dari kelompok yang lainnya, kemudian mereka dibunuh. Di situ ada cerita pembantaian yang seperti itu, dan ini akhirnya benar-benar memuncak. Orang-orang Madura yang menguasai Sampit pada waktu itu sampai memadamkan semua aliran listrik di sana, dan malam semuanya gelap gulita, tetapi semuanya bersiaga dalam kondisi siap perang, siap tempur. Orang-orang Dayak pada waktu itu datang, tetapi mereka terhenti dulu di sekitaran luar, di wilayah luar Sampit. Karena apa? Karena ternyata orang-orang Dayak sudah menyiapkan dalam tanda kutip senjata pamungkas mereka atau senjata kunci mereka, yaitu orang-orang Dayak pedalaman, orang-orang yang sangat berbahaya, yang sudah terbiasa untuk tempur dan sudah lama memelihara tradisi mereka dalam mengayau. Walaupun pada akhirnya mereka juga sudah tidak lagi melaksanakan tradisi itu, tetapi mereka masih ingat dan memori mereka masih kuat. Maka orang-orang Dayak pedalaman inilah yang jumlahnya sekitar 300 orang itu masuk ke Sampit diam-diam dengan cara menyelam melalui sungai. Nah, mereka tiba-tiba muncul di kota-kota dan melakukan serangan membabi buta terhadap orang-orang Madura yang sudah sangat bersiap-siap pada waktu itu. Serangan itu mengakibatkan orang-orang Dayak yang ada di luar juga menyerbu masuk. Di situ terjadi sengketa, di situ terjadi konflik berdarah, dan ini benar-benar nyata. Perang sesungguhnya dalam artian Mandau versus celurit itu benar-benar terjadi di sana. Tradisi mengayau lawan tradisi carok itu juga ada di sana. Ada bom molotov, ada sumpit, ada anak panah, ada senapan, ada bom molotov dan lain sebagainya terjadi di situ. Itu perang besar-besaran di situ antar orang-orang Madura dengan orang-orang Dayak. Dan akhirnya setelah 2 hari orang-orang Dayak akhirnya berkonvoi merayakan kemenangannya dengan kepala orang-orang Madura yang dipenggal, yang dibawa kemana-mana, diarak kemana-mana. Sedangkan orang Madura pada waktu itu banyak yang tewas. Diperkirakan korban kematiannya mencapai 1.500 orang menurut versi warga. Dan di pinggir-pinggir jalan di mana-mana itu banyak mayat-mayat bergeletakan tanpa kepala. Sejak saat itu, orang-orang Dayak terus melakukan serangan-serangan dan sweeping-sweeping terhadap orang-orang Madura. Pada waktu itu, betapa mencekamnya, orang-orang Madura di sana jumlahnya sekitar 130.000 orang. Dan 100.000 diantaranya mengungsi langsung dalam 1 pekan sejak konflik itu. Itu adalah perang yang benar-benar brutal. Tetapi dalam konflik ini ada beberapa hal yang janggal, gitu. Masalah yang pertama itu adalah masalah motifnya. Ketika tadi ada kejadian di mana Sendung yang orang Dayak itu dibunuh oleh orang-orang Madura, maka saya mohon maaf, tetapi kriminalitas itu bisa aja dipahami dengan sudut pandang selain etnosentrisme, kan bisa aja. Saya ambil contoh misalkan begini, di Jakarta itu ada pembunuhan. Tetapi orang-orang Jakarta tidak pernah menanyakan pembunuhnya dari etnis apa dan yang dibunuhnya dari etnis apa, kan tidak akan ditanya seperti itu. Di Bandung itu banyak balapan liar gitu misalkan, kemudian ada yang jatuh dan meninggal misalkan. Nah, maka orang-orang Bandung tidak akan bertanya panitianya itu dari etnis mana gitu, korbannya dari etnis mana gitu kan. Jadi kriminalitas ya terjadi di mana-mana dan kriminalitas tidak kenal suku dan etnis, kan begitu. Nah, tetapi bagaimana ceritanya orang-orang Dayak pada waktu itu langsung mengidentifikasi bahwa kematian Sendung itu gara-gara orang Madura, dan karena itu maka orang-orang Madura harus mendapatkan balasan yang setimpal. Nah, ini kan sebenarnya adalah sesuatu yang agak janggal gitu. Itu yang pertama. Kemudian yang kedua, bagaimana ceritanya masyarakat pada waktu itu tiba-tiba memiliki kemampuan dan keahlian untuk memobilisasi massa. Kemudian yang ketiga, masalah berikutnya adalah polisinya di mana, tentaranya di mana, bagaimana ceritanya konflik sebesar itu yang melibatkan sampai ribuan rumah dibakar, sampai 100.000 orang mengungsi, sampai 1.500 orang meninggal dunia, itu polisi dan tentaranya kemana pada waktu itu? Kenapa tidak terlihat? Nah, pertanyaan-pertanyaan itu cukup mengganggu, tapi mari kita urai sama-sama. Kita mulai dari sesuatu pertanyaan yang awal tadi itu, kenapa ketika orang-orang Dayak mendapati bahwa anggota suku mereka itu dibunuh sama orang Madura, mereka kemudian mengeneralisir bahwa stereotip orang Madura memang seperti itu dan karena itu kita harus melakukan pembalasan terhadap orang Madura gitu. Nah, setelah ditelaah-telaah, ternyata masalah utamanya adalah kegagalan pemerintah kita sejak zaman dulu, yaitu dalam apa? Dalam program transmigrasi. Saya jelasin sedikit Baraya bahwa program transmigrasi itu sudah mulai dicanangkan pada tahun 1899 dan kemudian mulai dijalankan pada tahun 1901 oleh pemerintah kolonial Belanda. Mereka berpikir bahwa wilayah Hindia Belanda atau sekarang Indonesia itu adalah wilayah yang berpotensi sangat besar di masa depan, tetapi punya masalah. Jumlah penduduknya tidak merata. Jangankan di zaman dulu, bayangkan aja zaman sekarang misalkan, penduduk Jawa itu 145 juta orang, sedangkan yang ada di Kalimantan itu jumlahnya kurang dari 20 juta orang, 16 atau 17 juta orang di sana. Bandingkan juga dengan misalkan di Papua, seluruh orang yang tinggal di Papua disatuin itu jumlahnya kurang dari setengahnya penduduk Jakarta. Betapa timpangnya penduduk di Indonesia, dan karena itu maka sejak zaman dulu diadakan transmigrasi. Tetapi transmigrasi ini bermasalah ketika diambil alih oleh orang-orang di Indonesia, pemerintah di Indonesia, yaitu apa? Kegagalan untuk melakukan riset-riset awal tentang bagaimana kondisi transmigran di tempat barunya gitu. Saya jelaskan begini. Jadi orang-orang Madura itu memiliki karakteristik yang sangat keras. Karena apa? Karena memang faktor geografis tempat tinggal mereka memang mendorong mereka untuk menjadi lebih keras. Di sisi lain, orang-orang Dayak itu juga adalah orang-orang yang sebenarnya sangat ramah, tetapi mudah resisten terhadap orang-orang asing, mudah curiga terhadap orang-orang asing, betapapun ramahnya mereka. Nah, orang-orang Orde Baru tidak pernah berpikir soal itu. Ya sudah, orang-orang Madura dipindahkan saja. Ada 3 gelombang orang-orang Madura itu dipindahkan dari wilayah Madura ke Sampit. Yang pertama itu pada tahun 1920-an ketika di Sampit itu didirikan perkebunan-perkebunan, didirikan pemukiman-pemukiman baru untuk Belanda. Karena itu Belanda membutuhkan buruh-buruh untuk perkebunan itu. Ada sawit, ada apa segala rupa kayak gitu. Kemudian yang kedua di era akhir Orde Lama sampai awal Orde Baru itu tahun 60-an sampai tahun 70-an, di Sampit itu didirikan sebuah pabrik besar, pabrik industri kayu gitu, semacam perusahaan kayu gitu yang membutuhkan tenaga kerja. Nah, orang-orang Madura dipindahkan ke sana. Kemudian yang ketiga pada Orde Baru, di zaman Orde Baru tahun 1970 sampai 1980-an. Nah, inilah yang paling bermasalah. Orang-orang Orde Baru khususnya dalam ini Pak Harto itu sudah kita kenal sebagai orang yang sangat Jawa sentris. Jadi pembangunan terpusat di Jawa, menteri-menteri kebanyakan orang Jawa, kemudian pejabat-pejabat di setiap provinsi juga dipenuhi oleh orang-orang Jawa dan sebagainya. Nah, ketika Pak Harto itu mengirimkan dalam jumlah yang sangat besar orang-orang Madura ke Sampit, mereka orang-orang Madura itu yang dianggap sebagai Jawa itu langsung dikasih akses-akses terhadap ekonomi. Jadi kalau misalkan penambangan emas itu caloknya itu adalah orang Madura. Kemudian transportasi di sana orang Madura. Kemudian pengelolaan sawit atau misalkan kayu itu diserahkan juga kepada orang Madura. Di satu sisi orang Madura begitu dimanjakan dengan banyaknya akses terhadap ekonomi dan kekuasaan. Di sisi lain orang lokal yaitu orang Sampit, orang Dayak di situ justru tidak mendapatkan apa-apa. Nah, ini memunculkan kecemburuan, apalagi yang pas zaman Pak Harto tadi itu. Jadi karena sudah dikasih ini itu orang Maduranya, maka banyak di antara orang-orang Madura itu yang menjadi sombong, menjadi angkuh. Ya, saya kan di sini pejabat, saya kan di sini apa. Ini banyak sekali menyinggung perasaan-perasaan orang Dayak. Nah, kan seperti itu kondisinya. Itulah yang menyebabkan sejak tahun 1970-an, kalau misalkan terjadi kekerasan, mau itu pemerkosaan, mau itu pembunuhan, maaf ya, mau itu pencopetan, perampokan, maling, dan sebagainya, itu orang-orang di sana sudah terbiasa mengidentifikasikan bahwa ini memang orang Madura mau kayak gini. Jadi tercipta sebuah stereotip besar. Gara-gara apa? Gara-gara pemerintah sejak awal gagal untuk melakukan riset terhadap transmigrasi itu. Begitu. Dan luar biasanya apa? Luar biasanya adalah walaupun gagal riset, tetapi ada 21% orang Madura di wilayah itu. Jadi populasinya sudah sangat-sangat signifikan, seperlimanya itu adalah pendatang dari Madura saja. Jadi kalau misalkan Baraya orang Dayak, mungkin dalam konteks ini Baraya merasa iri dan sakit hati juga gitu. Ini tanah-tanah saya, leluhur saya tinggal di sini, saya mendapatkan warisan tanah di sini juga. Tetapi kenapa yang berkuasanya orang dari luar sana, pengungsi-pengungsi itu, transmigran itu yang gagal di wilayahnya, kenapa kemudian didatangkan ke sini untuk misalkan membuat aktivitas-aktivitas ekonomi yang membuat kita nggak kebagian tempat gitu. Itu masalah pertama. Dan kemudian masalah yang kedua, ini soal di mana aparat, di mana tentara itu ada. Kenapa di situ tidak ada konflik sebesar itu, kenapa mereka malah hilang gitu. Ya, alasan pertamanya adalah karena mereka memang tidak profesional. Alasan pertamanya. Jadi ya kalau misalkan Baraya, saya mohon maaf ya, ini mah di zaman dulu gitu ya, di Sampit gitu ya, di zaman dulu. Jadi kalau misalkan ada warga lapor kehilangan kucing gitu ya, lapor ke polisi, itu nggak ditanggapin gitu. Sekalinya ditanggapin butuh apa gitu ya, banyak yang terjadinya seperti itu. Itulah yang kemudian menyebabkan banyak sekali orang-orang Madura yang merasa kecewa dengan kepolisian dan mengaitkannya lagi. Wah, polisi mah pro-nya terhadap para pendatang, pro-nya terhadap Madura itu dikasih cuannya segitu, seberapa banyak sih, mulai kepikiran yang seperti itu gitu kan. Nah, tetapi ada faktor yang lain, yaitu apa? Tentara diduga, ada beberapa sumber yang menyebutkan tentara diduga secara sengaja melakukan pembiaran itu, bahkan mendorongnya supaya lebih ekstrim. Kenapa seperti itu? Karena pada waktu itu zaman reformasi, itu zaman awal-awal. Jadi reformasi pada waktu itu ada banyak sekali tuntutan. Salah satu tuntutannya itu adalah cabut dui fungsi ABRI. Jadi sebelum masa reformasi, ABRI itu atau Angkatan Bersenjata, TNI itu punya dua fungsi. Fungsi pertahanan sama seperti militer secara normal, dan fungsi sosial politik. Jadi tentara-tentara itu berpolitik, ikut partai, mendirikan, dan bahkan ada perwakilannya di DPR dan MPR dan sebagainya, itu ada. Nah, karena memiliki dui fungsi itu, maka tentara itu tidak akan profesional karena dia akan berpihak pada pemerintah, bukan berpihak pada negara, kan begitu. Makanya pas zaman reformasi minta dui fungsi ABRI itu dicabut. Nah, kalau misalkan dui fungsi ABRI dicabut, ini tentara-tentara galau, takut. Jangan-jangan proyek yang selama ini kami terima itu malah diserahkan kepada pihak kepolisian. Kan polisi nanti sama tentara udah dipisahkan karena dui fungsi ABRI itu gitu kan. Waduh, kalau misalkan sudah seperti itu, maka tentara akan sangat dirugikan karena proyek-proyeknya akan hilang gitu. Nah, biar proyeknya tidak hilang, maka sejumlah kerusuhan dibiarkan atau bahkan disengaja dibuat oleh orang-orang militer. Untuk apa? Meyakinkan pemerintah pusat bahwa mereka masih sangat membutuhkan tentara di wilayah manapun. Ini juga yang terjadi di Ambon. Ambon itu sudah terbukti dalam tanda kutip ya, karena sudah banyak pengakuan dan sudah ada banyak data-data yang menyebut bahwa kerusuhan Ambon itu antara Muslim dengan Kristen itu bukan benar-benar oleh Muslim dengan orang Kristen, tetapi direkayasa sedemikian rupa oleh pihak-pihak berseragam loreng. Begitu ceritanya. Nah, kemudian ada pertanyaan berikutnya. Bagaimana bisa warga memobilisasi massa sebanyak itu sampai ribuan orang dikerahkan kedua belah pihak untuk berperang, bertempur dan lain sebagainya? Dari mana bom Molotov itu tiba-tiba ada? Dari mana senjata parang dan arit itu tiba-tiba disiapkan dan sebagainya? Kenapa bisa seperti itu? Ternyata ada faktor yang lain, yaitu apa? Permainan dari pejabat-pejabat yang ada di sana. Jadi ada pejabat di situ, namanya itu adalah Fedlik dan Louis. Mereka itu adalah barisan sakit hati karena seharusnya mereka menjabat, tetapi yang jabatan diserahkan malah pada pihak lain, pihak yang tidak mereka sukai. Dan karena itu, maka mereka memprovokasi warga. Jadi mereka sampai bayar 15 juta rupiah untuk cari provokator profesional, untuk memprovokasi warga untuk menyerang satu sama lain. Begitu 15 juta di zaman dulu, di zaman tahun 2001 itu gede bara ya. Bukan 15 juta zaman sekarang gitu ya. Itu gede. Dan ditambah bahkan mereka sudah bikin berkali-kali pertemuan rahasia sampai 7, 8 atau 9 atau bahkan 11 kali sebuah laporan menyebutkan bahwa mereka koordinasi dulu tentang bagaimana menyerang, di mana posisinya dan sebagainya. Jadi kalau misalkan dikatakan bahwa ini adalah perang yang benar-benar horizontal antar etnis dengan etnis yang lain, itu tidak sesederhana ini. Ada keterlibatan dari pemerintah pusat, ada keterlibatan dari tentara, ada keterlibatan dari pejabat-pejabat lokal dan sebagainya yang menyebabkan konflik ini terjadi. Maka kalau misalkan di awal tadi dikatakan ini kan janggal, kenapa bisa seperti ini? Sekarang kita bisa menjelaskan kenapa itu bisa terjadi. Makanya kalau misalkan ada pertanyaan kemudian apakah orang Madura dengan orang Dayak itu bermusuhan, ya sebenarnya tidak juga. Mereka bisa bermusuhan itu karena stereotip, dan stereotip itu muncul gara-gara kegagalan riset dari orang-orang yang menjalankan transmigrasi, dan kemudian identitas dari masing-masing kubu itu kemudian diperkuat dengan stereotip-stereotip dari media-media massa yang cari duit, cari untung gitu kan. Kemudian ada tentara yang memang menginginkan perang itu, dan ada sejumlah pejabat lokal yang memang memutuskan terjadinya perang itu. Kalau misalkan warganya, orang Madura dengan orang Dayak, ternyata baik-baik saja. Banyak di antara mereka yang sama-sama gabung di pengungsian dan ternyata baik-baik saja gitu. Atau misalkan waktu Cak Nun datang ke sana, ngobrol sama orang Madura dan ngobrol sama orang Dayak, orang Maduranya sudah oke, dan orang Dayaknya sudah bilang bahwa kita semua itu sebenarnya bersaudara dan kita tidak mau berperang, kita nggak mau apa. Cuman, kata orang-orang Dayak, kami itu defensif. Nanya sama orang Madura, kami juga defensif lah. Kalau misalkan dua-duanya defensif, sebenarnya siapa yang menyerang? Siapa yang berinisiatif untuk menyerang gitu. Nah, ini ternyata adalah ada provokasi dari pihak yang lain yang ingin mendapatkan keuntungan sepihak. Begitu. Jadi kembali lagi, kalau misalkan kita melihat bahwa bangsa Indonesia itu multi etnis, multi ras, multi agama, multi bahasa, multi budaya dan sebagainya, itu sebenarnya bukan menjadi sebuah ancaman besar. Yang menjadi ancaman itu adalah ketika ada elit-elit yang mencoba untuk mengambil keuntungan dari perbedaan-perbedaan itu gitu. Dan Baraya nggak usah heran dengan situasi yang seperti ini, karena ini umum terjadi. Jangankan di zaman dulu tahun 2001, zaman kemarin pas pemilu itu masing-masing ya yang ingin mencalonkan diri jadi pejabat ini pejabat itu masih menggunakan politik identitas gitu. Masih ini sukunya ini agamanya ini demi kepentingan pribadi gitu. Jadi inilah yang pada akhirnya menyebabkan orang Dayak dengan orang Madura yang sebenarnya sejak awal itu mereka bekerja sama dan dalam kondisi baik-baik saja, tiba-tiba terlibat dalam perang besar. Jadi ini adalah sebuah pelajaran buat kita agar kita tidak mengulanginya lagi. Semoga banyak di antara kita yang benar-benar bisa menerima pesannya. Terima kasih karena sudah menyimak. Saya Guru Gembul. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya orang Dayak, orang Madura ya.
Seriously? But, Mr. Morris, I don't understand, sir. How can you only be telling me this now?
I'm afraid that there's nothing really I can do. I'm really facing a crisis. My hands are
But what about my film?
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to come up with something on your own. Take it from me. Sometimes you just have to let things go. Same goes for this film festival.
Oh.
Hey, isn't that Xavier? So he's back in Fontaine now. Xavier!
Oh, why, if it isn't the dear Traveler and Paimon. I really didn't expect to bump into you here at this time. Well, I was doing just fine until I received some terrible news just now. The investor I was working with for my upcoming film has fallen upon some hard times and is no longer able to provide the promised amount of funds.
Can't you just find a different investor?
Unfortunately, that's not how it works. We had signed an agreement specific to the Fontanalia Film Festival, stipulating that I cannot work with any other investors until the festival is finished.
The Fontanalia Film Festival? What's that?
Oh, is this your first time participating in Fontaine's Fontanalia Film Festival? Then allow me to fill you in. The Fontanalia Festival was established to commemorate the legendary Loch Knights, who went on a quest to search for the Oceanids and eventually welcomed the Hydro Arconageria. The holiday is deeply connected to the founding of Fontaine, as well as its unique laws and trials. It's one of the most important festivals for this nation.
But what's with that weird expression on your face? It's like you're trying really hard to remember something.
I was just trying to recall the exact description from the books, in order to avoid any unnecessary arguments over semantics. I usually try to recite things straight from the source.
Well, either way, Paimon thinks she gets it now. It's just like the Windbloom Festival in Mondstadt and the Lantern Rite in Lille.
Yes, those are festivals of a similar variety. Who doesn't like a good festival? And just like those of other nations, Fontaine will hold a plethora of events around this time each year. To commemorate the Loch Knights, people will imitate them by putting on special costumes, raising golden cups, and going door to door asking for pure water. But a few years ago, Lady Farina started to find the whole idea a little drab, and so decided to change the part about pure water to sweets.
That really doesn't surprise Paimon at all.
The whole thing seems more akin to a carnival now, and it's quite popular among the kids. Every year you can hear a bunch of them saying, "Trial or treat."
Oh, that sounds pretty fun. But how does that connect back to the film festival you mentioned?
Yes, it appears I've strayed off topic. I just got too excited after seeing you. Let me get back to the point. The Fontanalia Film Festival is an event proposed by the Fontaine Film Association this year. Now that film technology has matured as a medium, it's the perfect time to introduce more people to the art form. During this time, people may submit films to be evaluated, and the entry with the highest score will be given the Farina Award by the association.
The what award?
The Farina Award. You know, after the Hydro Archon. They coined it while Lady Farina was still in power, but even though things have changed, no one has made any motion to update the name. Perhaps everyone still thinks of it as a pretty appropriate name. Even though she isn't the Hydro Archon any longer, Lady Farina is still Fontaine's superstar. Anyone with eyes can see the way she shines on the stage.
Huh. Alright. Guess the name does work pretty well when you put it that way.
Oh, but who would have guessed there'd be an issue with the funding? How will I ever explain this to Miss Chiori? Not to say all the other actors who traveled all the way here from Inazuma.
Chiori? Sounds familiar. Where have we heard that name before?
Yes, that's her. I asked her to oversee the event's art direction, including the design of the actors' costumes and appearances.
Oh, Paimon remembers now! Navia said that her clothes were designed by Chiori, and Kirara's outfit too!
How to describe her? Well, she tends to be pretty direct and can be very forceful when it comes to dealing with people. The fashion world in Fontaine has dubbed her the Thundering Seamstress. Her remarkable designs have led many Fontainians to become very interested in Inazuma. Anyway, Chiori is acquainted with all the actors I've invited from Inazuma. Without her help, I don't think I would have been able to get such an international cast for the film. She really is a kind soul.
Who are the actors from Inazuma? Do we know them?
Why don't the two of you accompany me to the Aquabus station to welcome them? Judging from the time, the Aquabus should be arriving shortly. Chiori will be waiting to meet me there as well.
Take it easy.
Miss Chiori?
Your talk with the investor sure went fast. The Aquabus hasn't even arrived yet. Oh? And who are they?
Allow me to introduce you. This is the Traveler and Paimon.
Pleased to meet you.
Likewise! We've heard the owner of Chioriya Boutique is a skilled seamstress, so it's a real pleasure to finally meet you in person.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure she wouldn't always look like a cat that had been unceremoniously dropped in a bucket of paint. So tell me, what happened? I can tell the conversation didn't go quite as expected.
Well, it's like this.
Ugh.
I know, Chiori, you don't have to say it. You did remind me that this investor was a little bit sketchy.
Yes, there's no doubt about that.
But how could I pass it up? He offered me twice as much as the others.
And therein lies the problem.
Yes, but just put yourself in my shoes. After obtaining such an excellent script, it's only natural that I would want to make the most of the film. The budgets that the others had proposed were nowhere near enough. It's difficult to find someone willing to front such a large amount of mora, so...
Don't be sad, Xavier. We might be able to help scrounge up some more together for you.
Oh, thank you, Paimon. That means a lot to me. But the cost of the film is staggering. I'm afraid that any mora we can scrounge together in a short amount of time won't even be able to cover the actors' fees.
We need to move on. What's happened has already happened, and there's no changing it. But now's not the time to give up.
What? You're saying that you have a plan?
No, that's not what I mean. I'm simply saying I wouldn't give up just yet. The actors I recommended aren't just after Mora after all.
Really? Then where do you live? We Malazines live in Marcy Village. The only way to enter is from underwater.
Oh, you must be pretty tired after work every day, right? I mean, you have to swim all that way just to go home.
We are so thoughtful. But some Malazines choose to live in the Court of Fontaine because it's so much more convenient.
This is our stop.
Oh, we've arrived, but I haven't even finished chatting with Aval yet.
I also enjoyed Aval's introductions to Fontaine along the way. Everything you described was so clear and detailed that we can't help but want to hear more.
Thank you so much. I'm usually working here on this Aquabus, so I hope I'll have the chance to see you again. There are still many more places I'd like to introduce to you.
Welcome to the Court of Fontaine.
Chiori, you sure have changed a lot. This is the first time we've seen you since you left Inazuma.
I haven't realized it's been so long. I was in such a rush when I left that I didn't even get to say goodbye.
Thank you for extending the invitation, Mr. Xavier. I'm looking forward to a fruitful trip here in Fontaine.
It's an honor to have the head of the Kamisato clan visit us.
So they're who you meant when you said you had actors coming from Inazuma?
Oh? It's the Traveler and Paimon.
Wow, what a coincidence! Ayaka and I were just talking about you on the way here. Are you also here for the film?
We just ran into Xavier earlier and came over with him.
But I'm not an actress. Sir Kamisato and Lady Ayaka are the real actors here. I'm just tagging along with Ayaka to have a good time together.
About that, I mean, how was I supposed to contact you when I was making preparations for the film? I figured you were probably busy, and I didn't want to disturb you. So I could only keep you in the back of my mind while I sought other actors to play the lead roles in the film.
I had been thinking about a surprise reunion with you during our trip here, but you still managed to surprise me first.
Oh, so you all know each other already! My, what a coincidence! What are the chances everyone could be brought together here like this? Why don't we go to Hotel de Boer and catch up over a meal? I've already made a reservation.
Huh? Did you reserve 2 spots for us too?
Yes, of course, of course. I'll be sure to tell the boss to serve a few more delicious dishes just to make sure there'll be enough food.
Very well. Then please, kindly lead the way, Mr. Xavier.
Wow, the buildings in Fontaine are so tall. Just look at how big they are.
And there's the fountain that Aval mentioned earlier. It really is a magnificent sight.
And look at that huge spinning sphere. Where does it get its power? Wait a sec. Could it be one of those clockwork mecha we've heard so much about? So this is what food from Fontaine is like. It sure is different from what we have in Inazuma. How should I describe it? It seems like you have to go through a lot more steps to make them. And the flavor has many layers too.
Yes. When I first went to Inazuma, I actually thought the food there tasted a little too bland. It took some time for me to get used to it.
Let's get back to the purpose of this trip for a moment, shall we? How have preparations for the film been coming along, Mr. Xavier?
Well, I've already assembled most of the film crew, a lighting specialist, a prop manager, and a costume designer. I've also bought the copyrights from the novel's author.
Oh, it's called The Two Musketeers, right? I read the script you sent me on the way here. The story is pretty good.
Originally, I was planning to start filming as soon as Sir Kamisato and Lady Ayaka arrived in Fontaine, but I'm afraid I've run into a bit of a problem.
Oh? What is it?
It has to do with the film's investor, Mr. Morris. He suddenly informed me this morning that he's encountered some financial trouble and will be unable to release to me the amount of funding agreed upon.
It's said that Fontaine's legal system is well developed. If he has violated the contract, then can't you simply take him to court over the matter?
Well, I'm still more concerned about filming. Even if I were to take him to court, I'm afraid it would take months before the case could even be heard.
Then, is there a way we could raise funds ourselves to solve the problem?
I've considered that option too, but unfortunately, it's difficult to gather such a large amount of mora on such short notice. Besides, we have to consider the film festival's submission deadline.
Mr. Xavier, if Ayaka and I were willing to perform for free, would that resolve the problem you are currently facing?
What? No, out of the question. To have you come all this way just to act for free? Oh, no, that won't do.
There's no need to worry, Mr. Xavier. My brother and I had actually intended to work for free after receiving your invitation. Inazuma has only recently reopened its borders, and needs to strengthen its relations and cultural ties with other nations. We didn't have many collaboration projects with Fontaine in the past, so we hoped this trip would serve as a good start for the future.
Indeed. You could say that's the real reason why the Yashiro Commission agreed to come to Fontaine.
I understand, but having you two act for free just doesn't seem right.
Not at all. While we're officially here to conduct a cultural survey of sorts, we must express our sincerity if we want to establish formal cultural ties with your nation. This film will serve as proof of friendly cooperation and cultural exchange between Inazuma and Fontaine. It's my hope that the film can be finished and released as smoothly as possible. If you still don't feel comfortable with this arrangement, I would also be more than happy to be introduced to some other renowned individuals in Fontaine's literary and artistic circles.
All right. I'll do as you say. Thank you so much. I'll make sure to cobble together enough mora now, even if it means selling my house, my camera, and every single family heirloom.
Come on now, no need to go that far. I'll also help you out as a brand sponsor.
Me too. Even though I didn't bring much more to spend on this trip, it's still better than nothing.
You are too kind, all of you. I really don't know how to...
Ew. All right, enough about that. Now that we have Xavier's savings, my support, and 2 leads who are willing to act for free, I think we will be able to make this happen. So, instead of Mora, you'll help with filming and production.
Oh, but how can we help with that? We don't know much about making a film.
All right, pull yourself together, Xavier. Tell us if there are still any open positions left among the crew.
All right. Let me think. We still need a camera operator, a clapper loader, and someone to manage logistics. I originally wanted to personally serve as director, but I've been too busy working as the producer. So the positions of director and director's assistant will also need to be filled.
Paimon knows what the director and the logistics support person do, but what's a clapper loader?
The clapper loader is responsible for using the clapper board to record and organize the information of each shot when the camera operator begins shooting. The work requires both patience and careful attention to detail.
A clapper board? Oh, you mean the thing they hold that goes clap whenever they start filming?
Yes, that's right. Are you interested in that job?
For sure! Paimon's always wanted to try that.
All right, then you'll be our clapper loader. I can find someone from the store to help with logistics. What do you think, Xavier?
Oh, fine by me. As for our camera operator, I was thinking of letting the Traveler take the role.
Oh, he's great when it comes to using a camera. Paimon can't even count how many things we've taken photos of during our journey.
Yes, that's also what I was thinking. I noticed the Traveler had an eye for photography and composition when we worked together previously.
I'm sure that's due to the traveler's journey across Devat and all the places they've seen. After so many adventures, using a camera must be second nature by now.
What do you say, Traveler? Are you interested in the job? Thank you. It really means a lot to me. Come on, friend. Let me give you a big warm hug.
So all that's left for us to find is a director and an assistant.
Oh, me. I want to be the director's assistant. All we need to do is help the director, right? I can handle that.
All right, then all we need is a director. Oh, all the well-known directors in Fontaine are probably also busy working on their own films these days. I'm not sure who will have time to help.
Oh, Farina helped out a theater troupe recently by serving as an artistic consultant. She could be a good director, right? Besides, it's not like she has anything else to do right now.
Farina? Do you really think Lady Farina would be willing to help us with our...
Isn't that the name of Fontaine's Hydro Archon? My brother has already informed me about what happened here in Fontaine.
Yep, that's her. She helped out a theater troupe not too long ago, and now she's taking up work as a director.
Well,
I saw that musical. Her performance was perfect, and the storyboards were also excellent. Don't let her former identity intimidate you. She's the best candidate we can think of right now. You'll never know until you give her a shot.
Fine. You're right, Shiori. I'll do anything for the sake of my film. Anything! Then I'll have to ask the Traveler and Paimon to show me the way to Lady Farina's residence. I just hope she'll agree to help.
Do you need us to also come along?
No, there's no need to trouble you with this. Besides, you've just arrived in Fontaine, and I'm sure there are many places you would like to visit. Just leave this task to me. It's part of my duties as the producer.
Very well. Then we'll be waiting to hear the good news.
I'll go with you. By the way, you might want to consider bringing a gift.
And don't worry, we won't simply drop you off at Farina's place. We know Farina pretty well by now, so having some familiar faces there should help your chances. Besides, the
All right, then I'll start making preparations. As for the gift...
A gift for someone who was once seen as the Hydra Oricon.
I recall that Lady Farina once fancied a clockwork ring, so perhaps I should get another exquisite clockwork contraption for her.
Huh? Can't we just bring some desserts, like the Fontinalia mousse?
but wouldn't that be a little too cheap? She does like desserts, though.
Isn't the Fontinalia festival happening right now? I heard Evil tell us on the Aquabus that Farina introduced the tradition of going door to door and asking for sweets. To do something like that, she must have a real sweet tooth.
I agree with Yoimiya. If the gift is too fancy, it might actually make her feel more uncomfortable.
Alright then, let's go buy some Fontinalia mousse.
But will that really be enough? We'll be asking her to do a lot of work, you know.
You're right. We need to further sweeten the deal.
Huh? You want something even sweeter than Fontinalia mousse?
Yes, we'll need a gift that's sweeter than any dessert in the world.
But what could that be?
Your words of praise.
This is where Farina lives.
Okay, I'll go knock on the door.
Coming. Seriously, who's knocking before afternoon tea? Who are you?
Lady Farina, please allow me to introduce myself. I am Xavier, a film director.
Hello. Oh, is that the traveler in Paimon I see behind you? And who's this?
I'm Chiori.
Ah, the one from Chioria Boutique. Hello. So, what are you all doing here? Do you need something? Did you just get up, Farina? It's already past noon, you know. Huh? Paimon means the weather is so nice in the afternoon and the sun is so warm. Just like how you make us feel. Sleeping in late is a really smart idea. No. I was just up late last night reading some novels. What does sleeping in have to do with the weather?
This is a small gift we've prepared for you, Lady Farina. We hope you like it.
No need to be so formal. I'm just a regular person like everyone else now. Oh, is this Fontinalia mousse? It's one of my favorites.
That's great! So, actually, there's something we need your help with. Given your renowned passion and understanding of drama, I would like to ask that you serve as the director of our film crew.
Oh, but didn't you just say that you're a director?
Yes, but for this particular project, I'm mainly working as a producer. Besides, I'm sure that your understanding of the performing arts far surpasses my own, Lady Farina.
Are the Traveler and Paimon also part of the film crew?
Yep, we sure are. Paimon's the clapper loader and he's the camera operator.
Camera operator? That can be a pretty technical job, and it directly affects the final quality of the film. Are you really up to it? No, I'm not questioning your abilities. It's just that I've never really seen you use a camera before.
Maybe you can come up with a test for the Traveler and see for yourself. If he can satisfy you with his camera skills, then you'd have nothing to worry about and can join the team. What do you say?
You sure are getting better at rolling with the situation, Paimon. Oh, I do wish to see how skilled the Traveler really is with a camera. All right, how about this? We'll work with what we have. I'll give you some scenarios and see if your work is up to my standards. Very good. It's essential for the camera operator to understand the director's vision. I'll make my decision after seeing your work. Are you ready? I have high standards, you know. Okay, grab the camera and I'll give you a scenario. Oh, it appears that you have more skill than I thought. All the shots had a great composition, and I could really feel a connection to the characters and their lines.
Yeah! Does that mean you agree to be our director, Farina?
Did you think I would agree just like that? After our performance of the Little Oceanid, I've begun to make a name for myself again, you know. In fact, I've already had several troops approach me for the Fontinalia Film Festival. Unfortunately, the scripts were all pretty boring and didn't pique my interest. If others were to find out I agreed to work with you so easily, then, well...
Hey, but didn't we have a deal? What else do we need to do to convince you, Farina?
Well, what about the pay?
Huh?
You know, how much you're willing to pay me to be the director? The pay is also an important factor for me to consider, you know.
Well, I can offer you this much?
What? That's all? If Nervulette were to hear of this, he could charge you with underpaying your labor.
I'm sorry, but our crew is in a...
I see. Well, even though it's highly unlikely now that I'll join your crew, there's still something I'd like to ask. Exactly what film are you planning to make?
Oh, our script is an adaptation of The Two Musketeers.
Huh? Wait, you mean the suspense thriller novel that was a #1 bestseller?
Oh, so Farina's read it too.
Of course I read it. I've always had a keen interest in artistic works that strike a chord with the populace. I see. It all makes sense now. You must have used most of the budget to pay for the copyright.
Not really. The novel's author transferred the copyright to me practically for free once he heard that I wanted to make a film adaptation of the story. The lack of budget is due to another issue.
He probably just wants to get his name out there. So, Mora isn't the most important thing to him right now. It reminds me of a delivery courier who wears one of my designs while traveling all across Teyvat. I didn't charge her much for the outfit either. The exposure she provides for my brand is well worth it.
So, are you a big fan of this story, Farina?
Well, it's all right. The pacing of the story is good, but the character relationships could use some work. Ahem, Mr. Xavier, if, hypothetically speaking, I agree to be the director, how much freedom would I have in terms of script revisions and creative interpretation?
Oh, as much freedom as you would need. I wouldn't dare doubt the tastes of Fontaine's greatest star.
Good. Then I'm free to alter the script as I see fit.
Absolutely, no problem.
All right. It seems that your crew really can't go on without my care and direction.
So, you agree?
Yes, I agree. Although the pay is well below what someone of my caliber deserves. A great script calls for a great director. I mustn't let a perfectly good story be ruined due to lack of funds. If you have fine cheese and bread, you wouldn't just let it sit on the counter and get moldy just because you lack an oven, right?
Oh, Hydro Archon above! I'm not dreaming, am I? Somebody pinch me.
There's no more Hydro Archon, you know. And it's still a little early to celebrate. There's a lot that goes into shooting a film. Although the trickiest tasks of finalizing the script and casting the actors have already been taken care of, we'll still need to reserve filming locations. Not to say set up lighting and props. And by the way, since we'll be filming The Two Musketeers, we'll need to find an action choreographer. Ideally, a professional who has actual experience with muskets.
Yes, I've thought about this as well. I was hoping that you might know someone who could handle the job.
Me? If this was before, I could have simply asked Florand. But it's already been some time since I last talked to her. Navia can also use firearms, but unfortunately, her style is quite different from that of the characters in the story.
Could we ask the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol?
Oh, you mean the Special Patrol's Musketeers?
Yes, that's right. They work with muskets every day. I can't think of anyone more qualified than them.
They would be under Nervulette's jurisdiction. Unfortunately, I, don't have any connection with them at all. So, in the end, we still have to start by talking to Nervulette.
No need to go to all that trouble. I know their Captain Chevres.
Oh, you do? Wait, Chiori, how do you know the captain of the Special Patrol's Musketeers?
No particular reason. Running a business means dealing with some trouble from time to time, and she's helped me out on a few occasions. In return, I've helped her handle a few situations in which the Special Patrol couldn't get involved directly. So we've gotten to know each other over time.
So you're saying there's been times when the Special Patrol needed a fashion designer to handle a situation? Your work is becoming more and more mysterious.
It'd be best to keep it that way. Anyway, enough about that. What do you all think about asking the captain to be our musket action choreographer?
She sounds professional enough. She is a captain after all. I have no objections.
But I imagine the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol must be busy with their duties. Do you think she'd really have time to help with shooting a film? And then there's the issue of pay.
Well, it just so happens that she's also not the kind of person that's just after Mora. As for whether she has time, I'll have to go and ask her first.
Then I'll leave that to you. Macaroni's on sale today, so I've got to go. You can just tell me how things went when we discuss tomorrow's plan later.
No problem.
Having Farina join feels like a big boost to our team.
Of course. Just wait until the day of our premiere. You'll witness the true power of my name in these lands. You'll be so glad I agreed to help. I can guarantee that even the standing tickets will be sold out. I'll be sure to ask some people I know to see if they'd be willing to act as extras.
Seems like you're finally getting more comfortable with your own reputation now.
I didn't ask for the Clapper Loader's commentary, Paimon.
Then let's get going. I happen to know where Chevreuse is today.
By the way, I'm curious. If my pay is so low, then what about our two lead actors? Didn't they travel here all the way from Inazuma?
Actually, they told us that they see the trip as part of a cultural exchange, so they didn't ask for any pay.
What? So is every person in Tevat who doesn't want money gathered here to shoot this film? Don't tell me Chiori isn't being paid either.
I already knew Xavier from before, and he's also agreed to give my brand some good exposure.
It seems the gods have really smiled upon you, Xavier. And that certainly doesn't include me, mind you. Besides the macaroni, I should also pick up some tomato sauce.
Take it easy.
All right, this is the place.
But where's the captain? There's hardly anyone around here.
She's over there. The one with an eye patch reading in front of the newsstand.
Oh, her! Paimon could tell there was something different about her. She seems kinda intimidating.
Please wait here for a moment. I'll go fetch her. She's working now, so you might not want to get in her way.
Working? But isn't she just standing there and reading a novel?
Just trust me.
Oh, alright, let's see what happens then. Shiori sure is a mysterious person. She claims just to be a fashion designer, but she knows all these powerful people.
The court of Fontaine isn't particularly tolerant of visitors from overseas, so it isn't easy for a foreigner to promote their brand here. Even more so in the competitive world of fashion. Even a local like me just trying to make a film has to face all kinds of challenges. So I can only imagine what Chiori has been through to get where she is today. I'm sure that having more connections has definitely worked in her favor.
Reading on the job?
Detective novel.
One main character?
No. Multiple. Branching storylines.
I see. How's the plot coming along?
One of the main characters is about to make a choice that will affect the rest of his life. I'd wager he's going to make the wrong choice.
Any way to speed things up? There's something I need your help with.
You know that doesn't depend on me. It all comes down to what the character chooses.
Which is exactly why I'm here to help.
All right. It appears he made the wrong choice in the end.
Halt!
Huh? What's going on?
Hand over whatever you're holding.
Oh, it's just a book. I didn't buy anything else.
Then I'm sure you wouldn't mind letting me have a look.
Excuse me, officer. I don't mind you standing around here, not purchasing anything, but I'd prefer if you didn't disturb my customers. It's bad for business, you know?
Don't give me that act. You won't be able to get off so easily either. I am Chevras, captain of Fontaine's Special Security and Surveillance Patrol. I will say this one last time. Hand over whatever you're holding at once. And before you do anything unwise, let me remind you that I'll have you on the ground before you can even think about making a run for it.
All right. I'll give it to you. But please let me say something first. If there's any contraband in that book, then the shopkeeper here is the one who slipped it in. I don't have anything to do with this.
Why, you trying to leave me on the hook, huh? You were the one who said you wanted it.
Save it for the interrogation room. Take them away, Letelier.
What's going on here? 1 second you're reading a book and the next you're escorting people away.
And who are... Oh! Aren't you the traveler who's been all over the papers recently? Chiori, I'm assuming what you wanted to ask me about has to do with them, right? Maybe I can let you in on what's happening then. Now that Vacher has been brought to justice, no new shipments of synth will be made and distributed to sellers. The Fontaine guards have been busy collecting the remaining synths still circulating on the market. Thanks to a tip from our reliable source here, this should be the very last batch.
Oh, so you were pretending to read a book in order to catch the bad guys. Oh, Paimon almost forgot to introduce ourselves. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler and Xavier.
Hey, I'm Chevras. You probably already heard me introduce myself, so I won't bother repeating it.
Yeah, why didn't you make a move as soon as you had the chance? Were you worried that my intel wasn't accurate?
No, I wanted to see if the shopkeeper would turn himself in first. All he had to do was come up to me and say that he didn't know where the synth had come from. If he did that, then I wouldn't have had to press charges on him.
He had the whole day to turn the synth over to Chevras. But instead, the moment I came up and blocked Chevras' line of sight, he took the opportunity to sell it off.
Yep, he made the wrong choice, even though the right choice was right there in front of him.
But you knew they wouldn't make the right choice.
Yeah, I knew. I was just hoping I'd be wrong for once. Enough about that, though. What did you want to ask me about?
Oh, you see, it's like this.
The Two Musketeers. You certainly have a good eye for a story. So what do you need me to do? Just be the action choreographer for the actors?
Yes, that's right. I want to make sure we get all the details right. I want the actor's posture and understanding of firearms to be as realistic as possible. However, I'm afraid this work will require a bit of your time, since you'll have to be present whenever we're filming. Also, as for the pay...
No need to say any more. I'll join.
Huh? Just like that?
Really? You're willing to help us with our humble film project?
Sure, it's no big deal. As I said, we've wrapped up our investigation here, so I don't have any other tasks on my plate for the moment. Besides, I personally really like this novel. I even have the collector's edition at home. Stories where justice prevails over evil never get old for me.
Then we've got a deal?
Yes, I'll see you on set tomorrow.
Oh my! I can hardly believe it! I should tell Lady Farina immediately. Oh, and I must tell the prop manager and lighting technician to get everything ready. We start...
Calm down, Xavier. The film is going to take more than just a day to finish. Still, I should also head back now and start preparing the actors' costumes and makeup.
Alright, guess that's it for today then.
Traveler, Paimon, please stay for a moment. I have something to tell you.
Then I'll take Xavier back. Poor thing. He's so excited that he can't even walk straight anymore. I don't want to spend our first day fishing our producer out of the fountain. Yep, see you tomorrow.
So what did you want to tell us, Chevres?
Have you read The Two Musketeers? The story is about a pair of children born into the household of a baron and their struggle to survive together and take revenge for their mother. They were raised at the baron's estate, where their mother worked as a maid. The two were illegitimate children that the baron had with the maid, so they were never treated well by anyone. One day, upon returning home, they found their mother had been murdered and left dead on the floor. It was quite evident that the culprits were the other members of the baron's household, who never had any kind words to say to them. However, the baron was able to exert his influence and keep the whole thing under wraps. The mother's death was eventually deemed as a suicide, and there was no chance of bringing her murderers to justice. Many years later, members of the baron's family suddenly started turning up dead one after the other, all killed by gunshot. A rainbow rose was found on each of the victims' bodies, being the flower that the kid's mother liked best. The baron believed that the mother's soul had come to take vengeance on him, so he lived in fear each day. But it was actually those two siblings who had fled all those years ago. They relied on each other to survive and trained day and night, eventually becoming adept musketeers. They used all of their abilities to collect evidence and clues before executing their plan and exacting revenge on the baron. Their actions let the truth behind their mother's death be known to all.
That's quite an exhilarating story.
Yep, the baron got what he deserved for his evil deeds, and justice was able to prevail. It was just the kind of story I enjoy.
Oh, so is that why you were so willing to join our crew, Chevres?
You could say it was one of the reasons.
Oh, you mean there were other reasons too?
I've read the reports about you. Whether it was at the trials or when you lent your hand to resolve our nation's crisis, you've shown that you've got a strong sense of justice, as well as a great mind for deductions. Yes, you're as sharp as I expected. It seems you've experienced many similar situations before. There's been a recent murder case involving muskets. The perpetrator's methods appear to be very similar to what is described in the novel.
Huh, really? But Paimon didn't see anything about that in today's papers.
The Marechaussee Phantom hasn't yet released any information to the public because the investigation is currently at a standstill. The murderer is extremely cautious.
A murder involving firearms? But not that many people use those in Fontaine, right?
Impossible. We perform a routine inspection of our firearms and ammo reserves every day. If one of the weapons had been fired, it would stick out like a sore thumb. Besides, I trust the members of my platoon. However... Well, that's all I can disclose about the case today.
Huh? What do you mean?
I hope you all can go back and get some shut-eye. You can decide tomorrow whether or not you'd like to join the investigation with me. I'm aware this might not be the ideal time to add more to your plate, but the more capable people we have, the better the chances that justice will prevail. Carrying out investigations isn't actually supposed to be our responsibility. Our job is to apprehend the perpetrators. Finding them is really up to the Marechaussee Phantom. You could say I'm taking part in the investigation out of personal interest. I don't want people to see muskets in a negative way, and also, I'm concerned about the similarity between the crimes and the story.
You mean they might be connected somehow?
I suspect so. Just to make myself clear, this is not an order, nor is it a deal of any kind. It's a request, nothing more. If you two have any interest in the case after we finish filming tomorrow and are willing to assist me, then I would be most grateful.
What do you think, Traveler? Yeah, you're right. Paimon's getting a little tired, too. We've really been hustling all day.
You'd better head back and get some rest. It's good to keep a calm mind, especially when you're about to make an important decision. Otherwise, when the moment comes, you might end up like that shopkeeper and not even realize that the right choice is right there in front of you.
It's finally time to meet up with everyone. Paimon even dreamt of making the film last night. If Paimon remembers right, we're meeting at Hotel de Boer. Let's get going. Ayaka, Yoimiya, you're already here.
Good morning. Xavier said yesterday afternoon went well.
Yeah, and how about you, Ayaka? What were you up to yesterday?
After we split up, Ayato went to see Udex Nervillette at the Palais Mermonia. I was originally thinking of going with him, but he said he could manage it himself. He told me to go see the sights around Fontaine and to enjoy the local culture. So I rode the aquabus with Yoimiya and visited the opera house on Aranias Island.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe what we saw there! 2 mechanical puppets that were dancing together! You've already seen them, right? Yeah, those two! Amazing, aren't they?
We sat and watched for quite a while. It was mesmerizing. Like we could keep watching them forever.
Oh, it was the same for us the first time we saw them, too.
Afterwards, we went swimming at the beach! Well, diving, to be exact. It was the first time I ever breathed underwater. I held Ayaka's hand and we counted down together. 3, 2, 1, and then splash! We were beneath the waves. At first, I didn't dare to open my mouth. But once I couldn't hold my breath any longer, I decided to take a big breath in. Turns out the water wasn't as salty as I imagined. It didn't really taste like anything at all. Before I knew it, I was breathing like normal down there. It was an amazing feeling. Ayaka said I was too nervous and needed to loosen my grip. She got used to everything way faster than I did.
I knew that the Traveler could do it, so I had no doubt we could do it too. That helped me feel at ease as soon as we dove in. The underwater world in Fontaine truly is beautiful. I love seeing the romaritime flowers blossoming underwater, like little candles lighting up the streets at night.
Yeah, and there were so many creatures that we've never seen in Inazuma. Like those fish that shimmer like a sword blade. Whoosh! Oh, and those big fish that call when they see people.
Oh, you mean Hunter's Rays and Blubber Beasts.
I just love the name Blubber Beast. Just wait till Pops and the others hear about this. They probably won't believe a word I say.
Yoimiya was down there for quite a while. It was dark before we finally rode the aquabus back to the city. I figured she'd want to sleep in today.
Yeah, even I was worried that I wouldn't be able to get up. I still felt like I was drifting in the waves when I went to sleep last night. But as soon as I woke up today, I remembered that we'd all be shooting a film together, and I was ready to go.
Speaking of the film, where's everybody else?
My brother and Xavier were speaking to the restaurant owner about using the place as a filming location. They should be here soon. As for the others,
We're here.
Please excuse my tardiness. I just finished the Special Patrol's 6-mile morning jog.
Wait, 6 miles?
I'm so tired. I heard you all chatting, so I decided to come down. I sure could.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning. Can someone fetch me a cup of coffee? More milk, hold the sugar.
Sure, I'd be happy to do that for you.
No, you can't go anywhere. Please, Have a seat over here so I can get started on your makeup. Ugh, the last thing I want is coffee stains on my costumes.
I can get the coffee. It's the perfect job for an assistant.
So much energy. Seriously, what's her secret?
Oh, Yoimiya's always like that. But you sure look exhausted, Farina. It's because you're not used to waking up so early, huh?
Of course not. I spent the whole night reading the novel from cover to cover, marking sections that either need to be omitted or adapted.
Wow. Paimon didn't expect you to be so thorough.
Well, I was the biggest star in all of Fontaine after all. It takes more than just a pretty face to earn a reputation like that. I know how to get serious when the situation calls for it. I went all out when I was acting as an Archon, so why wouldn't I do the same for my own life?
Here's your coffee, Director Farina.
Oh, thank you. The sound of being called director and the aroma of coffee feels almost as refreshing as hearing the birds chirping in the morning.
Ah, it seems everyone has managed to arrive on time.
We've reached an agreement with the restaurant owner. We are free to use the second floor to shoot our film.
Really? That's great!
He is really looking forward to our film and hopes that providing his restaurant as a filming location will attract more customers.
Well then, Mr. Xavier, I'll leave the rest to you.
Okay, thanks. First, I'd like to introduce our new members. This is our prop manager, Veronique. She'll be in charge of all the film's props and items. And this is Bonneau, our lighting technician. He'll be in charge of lighting and illumination to set up each scene's atmosphere.
Wow. Sure feels like we have some real professionals joining the crew now.
First of all, please allow me to first express my sincerest gratitude to everyone in the crew. When my investor informed me yesterday that he wouldn't be able to provide the funds, I really thought that this was the nail in the coffin for this film. I had no idea that I'd find so many people willing to help me on such short notice. Thank you. Thank you all from the bottom of my heart.
No need to be so cordial, Mr. Xavier. We're all honored to be a part of this.
Your works made a profound impression on me when I saw them back in Inazuma. I am sure that someday, this film will be remembered as a prime example of cultural exchange between Fontaine and Inazuma.
Yes, the story is the reason I agreed to join. I can't bear to even imagine what this film would look like without the very best director.
Anyway, I would like to make a promise to everyone that as the producer of this film, I'll do whatever I can to ensure that everything goes as smoothly as possible. This is not just my film. It also embodies the thoughts and feelings of every person here, as well as the endless effort we are about to pour into it. So, without further ado, the Two Musketeers will officially begin filming now! You may take it from here, Director Farina.
All right, listen up, everyone. The first scene takes place when the two young musketeers are living at the Baron's home, still unaware of all that is about to happen to them. We'll need props and lighting to set the scene. Our lead actors can go get their makeup done, and extras, please take this time to go over your positions.
Whoa. Seems Farina's really kicking things into gear as the director.
Is everyone clear? I don't want anyone traipsing around the set like umbrella finches. All right, cameras will start rolling as soon as the set is ready. Let's make a film that'll make some serious waves in Fontaine. Not the kind of waves that drown people. I mean, the good kind of waves.
Seems like she's still a bit traumatized by that. Anyway, let's go see if there's anything we can do to help.
here.
A little more to the left.
You got it.
Hey, Yoimiya, do you need a hand?
No, I'm fine. You know, doing the lighting is kind of like designing a fireworks show. It's interesting to imagine what kind of atmosphere the lights will create. I heard that the Traveler will be operating the camera and Paimon will be the clapper loader, right?
Really? Is that because it'll be easy for Paimon to hold the clapperboard while flying?
Well, sure, there's that, but that's not exactly what I meant. I just think that after all your journeys together, you two must have developed a super close bond and just naturally know how to work with each other. If I'm not mistaken, the director will want the cameras rolling as soon as the clapperboard goes clack. Oh, I see! It's amazing to see the magic behind filmmaking.
Yoimiya, we need lights over there, too.
Oh, on it! I've got to get back to work. Chat with you later. Oh, it's exciting to see so many people working together to bring the film to life.
Seems like Yoimiya's really getting into it. But she was right. We do have a super close bond, don't we? Paimon's really happy to hear that.
I don't need any help here. Why don't you try asking someone else?
Ah, so this is what a musket looks like.
Not exactly.
Ayaka has mentioned you to me before. She said that you two were great friends when you were kids.
No talking. I'm thinking about how to do your eyeshadow.
Ah, yes. To help me really look the part.
To achieve a more young and naive look for this scene.
Are you saying the wrinkles around my eyes are too deep?
You just have too much of a calculating look in your eyes.
You sure don't mince your words. It seems you really haven't changed much.
Quiet.
So, this is a real musket?
No, it's just a prop weapon.
Not bad. Have you seen a real musket before?
Only in books and newspapers. I made this one based on the relative shape and proportions I saw in reference images. When we're filming, some special gunpowder will be applied around the muzzle, which will help create the flash and smoke effects of a real gun being fired.
Which means it'll be up to the actors to portray the recoil.
That's right. The sound effects for gunshots will also be added in post-production.
Thank you, Veronique. I think I know where to start now. However, the musket's gears and firing pin could still use some work. Adding some wear on the metallic components will make them appear more realistic. Also, be sure to rub the muskets with some oil each time before we start shooting. That'll give the impression that the firearms have been well maintained.
Good point.
You seem to know a lot, Miss Chevres. I assume you use these types of firearms on a regular basis?
Yes, I perform routine maintenance on my weapons every day. Just like we as people need to eat and sleep, muskets need to be cleaned and maintained.
I also perform similar care for my sword every day, and familiarize myself with its shape and weight, to the point where it feels like a natural extension of my body.
Yes, this way, our weapons will never betray us in the heat of battle.
Yes, well said. It seems we have the same philosophy on this topic.
Oh, sounds like they found a common interest to talk about.
Though these props differ from the muskets I use, I can still give you some pointers.
Good. I look forward to your instruction.
First and foremost, never point the weapon at anyone, regardless of whether it's a real or prop weapon or whether you're holding it or it's on the table. This holds for any time when you're not actively engaging an enemy.
Okay, understood.
When aiming the musket, extend your arm so that it's level with your shoulder, and use your eye to look down the weapon's sights.
Like this?
Not bad. Now, try saying your lines.
This is the end of the road for you.
Good. Now turn your body a little. That way, you'll give your enemy less of a target to work with. And relax your shoulders. Here, allow me to demonstrate. This is the end of the road for you.
Huh. Excuse me, Miss Chiori. Director Farina, there's something I wish to discuss with you.
Oh? What is it?
Like this?
Yes, much better.
What do you think?
I do see your point. But are you sure you wish to do this?
I believe it would be most fitting.
Well, if you insist. All right, I understand. Miss Ayaka, Miss Chevres, could the two of you please come over here?
Huh? What's going on? Are we gonna start filming now?
Let's go see.
What is it?
I have a question for you, Miss Chevres. Would you be willing to play the role of a musketeer?
What?
To clarify, I would like to turn over my role to Miss Chevres.
But brother...
Don't worry, Ayaka. I actually view this as a good thing. I was becoming troubled trying to set aside some time to speak to the staff at the Palais Mermonia. I would like to have some conversations about the cultural exchange between our two countries, and I've heard that the bureaucratic process here can get rather complicated. Now, I will be able to focus on my work. Besides, you also know that I'm not really one for public performances.
Are you really sure?
From a director's point of view, I also felt like the relationship between the two musketeers in the original story could be improved. The older brother in the story plays the lead role with his overbearing character, but this causes his character to overshadow that of his sister, and the theme of the two supporting and relying on each other isn't conveyed very well. But if we were to change the siblings to two sisters of a similar age, then that aspect of the story might come through more clearly. Also, I've seen you instructing Ayaka. That cold and dignified personality is exactly what we need for the older musketeer.
Of course, even with all these insights, the decision should still be made by Miss Chevreuse.
Chevreuse mentioned that she really likes the story, right? Paimon bets that she'll take the role.
All right, I'll take the role.
Good. It's decided then. I'll get started on making edits to the script. We'll also need to make some immediate adjustments to the lighting, props, and costumes. I have a feeling that our adaptation will be even better than the original story.
You're doing a great favor for me, Miss Chevreuse. You have my gratitude.
Don't mention it. I like this character, so if anything, I should be the one thanking you.
Well, since my brother is the one who brought up the idea, I suppose there's no need to worry. Let's go, Miss Chevreuse. I look forward to working with you.
Please, just call me Chevreuse.
Seems like you're really going out of your way to solve the problem I was having with your makeup.
Surely you jest, Chiori. I assure you that I was mostly motivated by a desire to spend more time on formal business.
Oh, come on. You really think I'd buy that? According to what I've heard from Ayaka, her brother is someone who can juggle 10 different matters at the same time. I'm sure you have other reasons for backing out.
Perhaps. Ayaka always said she wanted to go out and see more of the world, just like the Traveler. But I feel that she needs not only to see other nations, but also to make some different kinds of friends. I think it would be harder for her to make new connections with me constantly by her side. I would like to give her some space.
All right, go on. Spoil her some more.
Ayato! It's too bad you're stepping down from the role. Paimon really wanted to see you act as a musketeer.
No need to poke fun at me. I'd wager that you also felt that I wasn't the best candidate for the role.
It's a little hard for Paimon to imagine you saying those lines.
Yes, I've made an appointment to meet some people from the Palais Mermonia. Now, I will have some more time to prepare.
Traveler, get the camera ready. Paimon, get the clapperboard. Actors, to your positions. We're about to start shooting the first scene.
Go on now. And please take good care of Ayaka.
Yep, don't worry.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing the film when it's finished.
All right, now that we're all here, let me help set the scene for everyone. The first scene takes place when our two main characters are still living at the Baron's estate. They've been ostracized and verbally abused by others in the household, but they still have no idea why. We want to capture how naive and innocent they are, despite their pain. Chevreuse will be playing the role of the older sister, Tulip, and Ayaka will be the younger sister, Iris. Be sure to get close-ups of the main characters at the right moment. Silence on the set! Lights, camera, action!
Let's go!
Tulip, Mother's been out for quite a while now.
Perhaps she went to pick some flowers on the way home. You know how she loves flowers.
Iris, Tulip, I'm home!
Mother! You were out for so long, we were beginning to worry about you.
I'm sorry, but I'm back now, safe and sound. Here, I brought your favorite treat. Apple...
Mother, what are those bruises on your hand?
Huh? What bruises? Oh, I must have bumped into something while I was working yesterday.
I didn't notice them this morning.
Then perhaps they're from when I accidentally tripped when I was out just now. By the way, did you have fun playing at home? What's the matter, Iris?
Well, we've realized that no one really wants to play with us.
They even took Iris's doll and spat at us.
And they even called us names. They said we were...
Shh. It's all right. Don't worry. Girls, listen to me. It doesn't matter what anyone says. Don't listen to them. No one can define you with such words. You both have wonderful lives ahead of you. Just like your names. You will both blossom like beautiful flowers. Maybe your time to blossom hasn't quite come yet, but one day, you two will bloom more beautifully than anything else. Don't let the soil you're in now ruin your future beauty. Understand? My dear daughters.
And cut! Not bad. The actor's emotions were all on point. Let's keep that take. Also, if our clapper loader could avoid shouting at the start of the scene next time.
Oh, got it.
Great. I was a little worried that my nerves would get the better of me. What about you, Chevros?
I felt fine. The lines weren't too difficult at all. Seems like Farina must have adapted the role nicely.
You two were great. I couldn't tell it was your first time acting in a film. You should have more confidence.
Thank you for your encouragement.
Positions, everyone! We'll move on to the next scene after we try a few more camera angles. This scene is when our two characters return home, only to discover their mother has been murdered. Ready? Lights! Camera! Action!
Mother, we're back. Mother? What's wrong, Tulip?
Iris, stay away!
Huh? Why? What's... Mother! Mother... She's...
There's poison in this cup.
Huh? I could have sworn I've seen this kind of cup before.
Those aristocrats. They didn't even try to cover up their actions. Iris, we need to leave this place.
Leave? But now that Mother is gone, where can we even go?
Anywhere. All I know is that we can't stay in this house.
But are we just going to let them get away with this?
We'll have our revenge, I promise you. Just not right now. Come on, let's go.
No, wait. We can't just leave Mother here like this. At least let me leave this rose with her. That's why we went out in the first place. To buy her this flower.
All right. Goodbye, Mother. We'll avenge you. Someday.
And cut! Beautiful! Great performance!
Oh my, you're so amazing, Ayaka! And were those real tears I saw? How did you do it?
I was surprised too.
Thank you for the kind compliments. Actually, As soon as Director Farina said action, I told myself not to think about anything. I just felt the weight of the moment and became the character. It's quite similar to practicing the art of the sword. You clear your mind and focus only.
Ayaka's performance was amazing. Have I discovered an acting prodigy? Pipe down, everyone! We need to move on to the next scene!
Huh? Are we done already? But Paimon wants to keep playing with the clapperboard. How do you feel, Traveler? Is your arm sore from holding the camera all day?
Good work, you two.
You too, Chevres. You were quite the actress today.
I've read this novel many times before. I have a good grasp of my character's mindset. Anyway, do you remember my request from yesterday?
Oh, right! We were having so much fun that Paimon nearly forgot. You have a case where the murders seem really similar to the cases in the novel, right? So, how are they similar exactly?
In the story, the main characters grow up to become two musketeers, always using their guns to carry out their revenge. And on each of the victims, they place a rainbow rose as a signal that they've returned. Yes, that's correct. We found rainbow roses just like in the novel. Seems like you're connecting the dots now.
Oh, that does sound pretty concerning. Especially after seeing the script today. Ooh, now Paimon can't stop wondering what kind of ulterior motive the murderer might have. What do you think, Traveler? You're smart. Paimon wants to hear your thoughts.
Good. On behalf of Fontaine's Special Security and Surveillance Patrol, thank you for your dedication to justice. There's no time to lose. We should start investigating right away.
Huh? Right now? Well, we just got done filming all day. Paimon's...
The most valuable intel always comes after nightfall. They are like small, remote islands in the middle of the sea. If you don't stay vigilant, you will pass right by them in the fog. That's how one of my favorite books always puts it, at least.
So, where are we going right now?
Let's start by checking out some workshops that sell
Welcome to Le Show's Clockwork Workshop. How can I help you?
Hello. I'd like to know if anyone has purchased some special components lately.
Special components? Sorry, could you be more specific?
I mean the kind of components that aren't typically used for clockwork toys, but for firearms.
Huh? For firearms? No, we don't sell those sort of things here.
Don't misunderstand. I'm not here to cause any trouble. We are merely investigating a case, and we're hoping that you could cooperate.
Well, to be completely honest, I'm not even sure what kind of components that would entail.
Has anyone ever purchased components here as an individual rather than on behalf of an organization?
We have a lot of customers who buy toys, but those who buy components are all regular customers who buy in bulk on behalf of their organization.
Is that so? I understand. Thank you for your cooperation.
You're welcome. It's the least I can do.
Oh, hey, Chevris. Run out of oil for your musket again?
Hello, Estelle. I want to know if anyone has come to your shop recently to order some firearm components.
Oh, is this another case? Let me think. I don't think so. Some people have requested that I make some prop guns for the Fontanalia Film Festival, but I refused all of those requests.
Oh? Why's that?
Because there's no profit! I only make things here that can do some real heavy lifting. I don't have the energy to make some new molds just for the festival.
Then has anybody come specifically looking for mechanical components?
Well, I usually sell off my scrap to the Fleuve Cendre. I don't typically give them to one specific person.
I understand. Thanks for your cooperation.
Don't mention it. Always happy to have the Musketeers' patronage.
Seems like we haven't found any leads to go off yet.
Yeah, unfortunately. All right, let's head to Fleuve Cendre next.
Huh? Are you sure? People might not be so thrilled to see the captain of the special patrol there.
You think so, huh? Then I guess you don't know.
Huh? Know what?
That I grew up in Fleuve Cendre. Hello, I'd like to ask some questions.
I don't know anything.
Don't worry, I'm not here to arrest anybody.
You say that now.
It's the truth. Here, take this as my guarantee.
Wait, did Paimon just see what she thinks she saw? Is the captain of the special patrol bribing a citizen?
Seems you're different from the other guards. What do you want to know?
Have you heard anything related to muskets in Fleuve Cendre lately? Anything at all?
Muskets, huh? All I know is that about 2 weeks ago, we started hearing some loud noises at night. So loud that it's been waking me up.
Were they gunshots?
Possibly. It's hard to tell around here. Someone's house collapsing, a pipe exploding somewhere, it's all the same. But the noises I'm talking about definitely happened after I fell asleep.
Do you know where the noises were coming from?
I don't remember clearly.
Is it that you don't remember, or that you need to think about it some more?
You tell me.
Then please, think about it some more.
She's giving her even more Mora!
The noises came from the end of the Southern Waterway. I came out and had a look for myself when I wasn't sleeping well, but I didn't dare get too close. That's all I know.
All right, I'll take your word for it.
Thanks for the pâte de fruits.
No need to be surprised. I grew up here, remember? I know how to get people around here to talk. My apologies, I'm all out of sweets. Though I do have some other tempting snacks in my custody. Fries, fried chicken, and even onion rings. But taking care of junk food is my responsibility. You're better off sticking to your normal, nutritious diet. Now then, let's keep going. It's been a while, Tetro.
Please, just get on with your request.
I want to know if you've heard anybody talking about muskets lately.
Information isn't free, you know.
I've heard that bandits have been extremely active in the countryside recently, and they've been affecting the delivery of goods to Poisson. I can allocate some more manpower to help out with that problem.
You're still as helpful as ever. One of our men got drunk at dinner about a month ago and lost his gun. 3 days later, it turned up in the corner here.
What's weird about that? He just forgot where he put it, right?
This is Fleuve Cendre, my friend. Anything of value left in the tavern won't ever make it to the next day. But that gun turned out to be an exception. It didn't get any new wear and tear on it, and didn't even appear to have been fired. We were quite mystified as to what could have happened.
I suspect it came back because the weapon was already known to the guards.
You mean, a criminal was afraid the Marechaussee Phantom would use the shot marks to track them down? Maybe. But if that's the case, the culprit really took great care to avoid getting caught.
I didn't say anything about a criminal.
In Fleuve Cendre, knowing who was killed is as easy as knowing what clothes you're wearing today. It's the guy living in the east side, isn't it? I've never liked him. Every time he's here, he just orders a drink and sits there with a nasty look in his eyes.
So, who was the one who lost the gun in the first place?
Don't bother. Even if you ask, he wouldn't admit to owning a gun to some strangers. Not to mention the captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol.
He's right.
I know you grew up here, Chevreuse. Even though you're on good terms with the Spina, you've still been gone too long. Not many people know you here now, and a lot of people don't like the Special Patrol.
I know.
So take my advice and don't show your face too much around here. It's for your own safety.
I'll come and go as I please, and I'm afraid I'll be appearing more often due to my work.
All right. Don't say I didn't warn you.
What's all this? Some broken planks and barrels, as well as some liquor?
Yes, but have a closer look, Paimon. Even though somebody has purposefully tried to clean them up, these are obviously marks from musket bullets. In other words, someone was here trying to improve their shot. They were using the barrels and bottles for target practice.
Could it have been the killer?
Your guess is as good as mine. Although many people at Fleuve Cendre own guns, few hide the fact from others. And even fewer would go to such lengths to hide markings from practice shots. Anyway, let's go. There might be more to this. Seems like that's all we'll be able to uncover for today.
Paimon feels like we managed to learn a lot more here than up on the surface.
Yes. Assuming that everything we found is indeed connected to our suspect, then their timeline was probably something like this. A month ago, our suspect found a gun and took it home to disassemble it. Once he'd figured out its mechanics, he brought it back. In the following weeks, he used some parts to create his own makeshift musket, and took it to the Fleuve Cendre for target practice. Then, a few days ago, he found his target and carried out the murder. Once the deed was done, he left a rainbow rose on the body, just like the scene in the novel.
That all makes sense to Paimon, but we're still no closer to figuring out the killer's identity.
The deceased was a resident of Fleuve Cendre. It's said that he was a poor, solitary man. Yeah, that's also something I'm trying to figure out. If we are indeed following the novel, and there's a story behind the murder, then this murder should be an act of vengeance. But according to our investigation, the deceased didn't have any enemies. He was no saint, but no one's heard of a rival who hated him enough to shoot him dead, much less care to leave a rose on his body. What message is the killer trying to convey, and to whom exactly? We've thoroughly investigated that possibility. He claims to have spent the whole day at the Opera House on the day of the murder, and the staff there have confirmed his account.
Okay, so he has an alibi.
Not only that, he lacks a credible motive as well. He has a family of his own, and both of his parents are still alive. I've looked into his records. He was adopted at the age of 6, and all the proper procedures were followed. There are also records of him at an orphanage before then. In the story, the mother of the 2 musketeers was murdered after the children turned 10. Of course, he could have changed the children's ages, but I don't want to assume anything without evidence. More importantly, I've also had a chat with him in person. He didn't seem like the kind of person who would pull the trigger to kill a man.
Then, what should we do now? We have all this new information, but it doesn't help us move forward.
Investigations take time. I didn't expect us to catch the culprit in just a single day. How about this? Let's spend the next few days filming with the crew. We can continue the investigation once we're done with the film. I'm sure that given time, new leads will present themselves.
Wait, but weren't you saying Intel is like small, remote islands in the middle of the sea just a moment ago? Wouldn't you just miss them if you were to stop looking?
Ah, but the book had more than one reference to the islands, Paimon.
Oh? What else did it say then?
As long as you spend enough time sailing through the fog, you'll eventually come across an island.
It's filming time again! Our schedule is jam-packed for the next couple of days, too. We've got so many different locations and sets to cover. Anyway, let's head out and meet up with the others.
Just then, the rain stopped. Or should it keep raining?
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
Everyone, we're looking to wrap with our 2 main ladies today. I can already smell our success.
What do you mean, looking to wrap? Oh, aren't you the expert now?
This upcoming scene is the 2 musketeers' final confrontation with the Baron. There will be quite a bit of action, but no choreography beyond what we've already rehearsed. Anyway, get ready. Lights, camera, action!
The view is beautiful tonight. It reminds me of that fateful night 10 years ago. And now that I've said it, I can even make out the faint fragrance of herbal tea in the air.
Enough, villain! It's time that you pay for the death of our mother!
My dear Iris, have you forgotten your manners? How can you speak like this to your own father?
I'd sooner swallow all of my teeth than call you father.
What did I expect? Seems the daughters have turned out to be just as obstinate as their foolish mother. In this world, Mora and status is everything. She thought she could blackmail me using her children and force me to grant her recognition and concessions? Ah, how naive can a woman be?
Mother never asked a single thing of you. All she wished was for us to live a peaceful life, just like the others.
It was you who personally brewed the poison of prejudice and sent Mother to her death. Compared to that deadly poison, the 2 bullets that will soon pierce through your heart will be like sweet mercy.
And that's exactly why I said you're just as naive as her. Did you really think 2 muskets would be enough to defeat me? So let's see. What is stronger? Mora and power, or the 2 muskets in your hands? Get them!
Tulip! There are too many of them!
It'll be okay. We'll cover each other, Iris. And Mother will be watching over us, too. Drop your weapons! Justice will prevail!
Whirling snow!
You've lost.
To think I'd lose to my own 2 kids.
We are no children of yours, and we'll never call that place our home.
Then tell me, what did you do all this for? You lost your mother, and will soon kill your father as well. What will you gain in the end, other than sentences for your crimes?
We will gain our long-awaited justice. It's over.
Finally, it's over. So, where will you go now, Tulip?
I'm not too sure, Iris. Maybe somewhere with lots of flowers? After all, Mother always did love going where the blossoms were. What about you?
I want to go visit Mother's grave.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Huh? Tulip, look!
What is it?
It's Mother's favorite, the rainbow rose. Look, it's blooming again.
Excellent! That was beyond mesmerizing. Even I didn't expect the scene to go so well. And we got it in a single take. All right, everyone. We've got a wrap for Tulip and Iris.
Congratulations, Ayaka and Chevreuse!
Thank you. I didn't expect our parts to wrap so quickly. I wish I could savor the experience for just a bit longer.
Paimon totally understands. Paimon's not ready to say goodbye to the clapperboard either. Filming has really been a lot of fun. You were great too, Chevres. The way you said, long-awaited justice. It gave Paimon chills.
That is indeed my favorite line in the whole book. I still remember trying to act it out in my room the first few times I read it.
Whoa, Paimon would have never guessed you're that type.
Who doesn't like stories where the guilty are punished and justice prevails over evil? Don't forget, I'm the captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol.
Captain, I have something urgent to report.
Please excuse me, everyone. I'll be back in just a moment.
It's okay, don't worry about us.
Oh? Was she whisked away by work already? I was just about to tell her how great she did.
It seemed like some urgent official business.
Then perhaps we should thank the stars that we were able to wrap both of your parts so quickly today. Switching around the filming schedule would have been a real pain. Anyway, I actually came over to let everyone know that we're all done for today. You can go home and get some rest. And one last thing, Miss Ayaka. Your acting skills today were immaculate as always. Are you sure you won't consider taking up full-time acting? See, I just happen to know this great troupe that's still looking for a lead actress.
Thank you for your kind words, Director Farina. Unfortunately, there are still many matters that I have to take care of back home at the Yashiro Commission. I cannot remain in Fontaine to pursue an acting career. Nevertheless, I will make sure to treasure this incredible opportunity in my heart.
Oh, that's a shame. But I understand. Just let me know if you ever change your mind.
I believe it's also about time for me to take my leave. But hopefully I'll see you on set over the next few days. Even though my part's wrapped, I'd still like to swing by and help out the crew. See you tomorrow, Traveler and Paimon.
Yep, see you tomorrow! Well, what should we do next? Maybe we'll go investigate the case some more with Chevres today.
Traveler, Paimon, please come with me.
Huh? Where are we going?
You could say that our ship has finally chanced upon one of those small, remote islands of intel.
Paimon's exhausted. Paimon definitely didn't expect having to float this far after a full day of film. So, Chevres, why did you take us here?
Affirmative. It wasn't anything conclusive, but it should show us a clear way forward. Have you ever heard of someone by the name of Emily?
Oh, you mean that famous perfumer?
She's a good friend of mine. She's lent me her aid several times in the past to resolve. After I discovered the rainbow rose at the scene of the murder, I sent it to her. After all, she's probably the foremost expert on flowers and scents in all of Fontaine.
And then?
There was nothing remarkable about the flower or the trace amounts of soil left on it. But according to Emily, the rainbow rose left by the killer was derived from a very rare cultivar.
Huh. Paimon didn't know that there were different varieties of rainbow rose. Paimon just thought they grew everywhere in the wild.
Flowers that are deliberately cultivated will always show some different features from those that bloom in the wild. We already knew that the rose left at the scene belonged to a special cultivar, but with Emily's expertise, we were able to pinpoint the place where it was first picked from.
Oh, Paimon gets it now. So whoever first planted that rainbow rose was probably the killer.
Precisely. And after we checked what we learned against some sales records from the past, we discovered that there's only one person in all of Fontaine who could grow and sell this specific
Really? And who is it?
It's the novelist.
But didn't you say he had an alibi?
To be clear, I haven't changed my mind about him. I still don't think he was the one who pulled the trigger. However, that doesn't mean the true culprit never visited him at his home or never purchased a rainbow rose from his garden. Whatever the case, we will have to confirm a number of things with him.
So you mean the next place we need to go is...
Yes, we're going to pay him a visit at his home.
Take it easy.
That should be his house.
There are so many Gardamex stationed around the place. That's pretty unusual, right?
According to what he told me last time we spoke, he hired them so he won't be harassed or disturbed.
Huh. So there are a lot of flowers in his garden, but Paimon doesn't think we'll be able to pick one without alerting the Gardamex.
Right, which is exactly why I think there has to be a special connection between him and the killer.
So, should we knock?
Just wait here for now. I'd like to take care of a number of those Gardamex first.
But they're so far away. How are you planning to do that?
Don't forget, Paimon, I'm actually the real-life captain of the Musketeers. All clear. Let's go.
Wait! Paimon's a little nervous now that we know he could be the...
I'll go knock on the door and make sure it's safe inside. Once we're sure that we're in the clear, I'll ask him to come with us for a quick round of questioning at the guard's headquarters.
But can't we just arrest him?
We still have no evidence that he's the killer, or that he lent the killer any direct aid. Still, it would be appreciated if you could pick a rainbow rose from his garden for me while I'm talking to him. It'll help the Marachose Phantom confirm Emily's theory.
Sure, no problem. Just be careful, Chevreuse.
Excuse me, Mr. Baptiste, are you home?
Who could it be at this hour?
Oh, it's you, Officer Chevreuse.
Would you mind accompanying me to the guard's headquarters, Mr. Baptiste? We would like—
Oh, is it still regarding the murder case from before?
I cannot confirm or deny that at this time.
So it is then.
Listen, I need you to come with me, Mr. Baptiste.
Miss Chevreuse, I'll save you the trouble. Oh, and you two over there? There's no need for you to pick my flowers either. It's not time for them to bloom yet.
Oh! Okay.
By saving me the trouble, you mean—
I will confess. I was the killer.
Huh?
He just admitted he's guilty!
Please relax, everyone. I'm not armed. The musket you're looking for has been buried in my backyard.
Then it's my responsibility to inform you, Mr. Baptiste, that everything you say right now will be used as evidence for the inevitable trial.
Yes, I am perfectly aware of that.
I must say, I hate this feeling.
Oh? Is it because I confessed? Or because you've been proven wrong?
Both, I suppose.
For the same reason as the one I wrote out in my novel, of course. I did it to exact revenge. I know you haven't figured out the link between the two of us. Had you done so, I'd have been taken away to the headquarters a long time ago. But that won't stop me from always remembering his grotesque face. After all, he was the one who killed my mother.
Your mother is still healthy and well.
You know, I was adopted as a child. I was referring to my birth mother.
That was never recorded in the orphanage's records.
Please forgive a 6-year-old child for concocting some lies to protect himself after watching his mother die right in front of him.
So, your novel, it was like a record of your life?
No, of course not. It was a work of fiction with many embellished parts. But I am indeed the illegitimate son of a wealthy and influential man who abused his power to murder my mother. That part was 100% real.
But the man you killed didn't have a Mora to his name.
He was a hired assassin, an irredeemable beast who sank his fangs into a defenseless woman just for a few bags of Mora.
But if that's really the truth, you wouldn't be telling us any of this now. You still haven't managed to take revenge against your father, the true mastermind behind it all.
I never thought I'd hear that kind of thing from the captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol.
I'm simply skeptical about your motives.
It's simple, really. I've grown tired of everything and don't want to shoulder this burden anymore. You may have considered me too soft to pull the trigger. Well, as it turns out, you are exactly right. I've become overwhelmed by the aftermath of the murder.
So you're going to call a stop to your revenge, just like that?
The true mastermind is too rich and too powerful for me. I've accepted that I will never be able to avenge my mother alone.
And so what? The characters in your book never gave up.
Now, Officer Shavras, I'm the one who has killed a man, aren't I? Are you trying to convince me to commit another crime?
What's your father's name? How do you plan to prove the veracity of all of your claims?
Well, I'd like to speak with you privately.
Sure. Why don't we speak privately at the guard's headquarters?
No, it has to be here. I must ensure that we won't be overheard.
Fine. Let's talk here.
When I said won't be overheard, I meant by anyone. I would like to speak with you and you alone.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
Please stay safe, Shavras.
All right. Let's hear it.
Will you really believe what I'm about to say?
Well, that depends on what you're going to tell me.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Then listen closely.
So that's how it's all connected.
So, it seems you believe me after all.
Do you want me to go public with this?
No, of course not. At least, not right now.
Then why did you bother telling me?
You've read my work. What do you think? Even if you were to go public with all of this right now, he'd simply deny everything. It's been too long. Almost 20 years. Anything that could be used as evidence has long faded away. Even if there might have been a solitary island of truth once upon a time, it has long sunk beneath the waves by now. Justice will never find him.
Not if you don't try.
I know that as the captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol, you will always stand on the side of justice. But do you really think a cushy life in prison really constitutes justice for him? I bet he could lead an extremely comfortable life in the fortress of Meripede.
What are you trying to say?
I've been observing you from a distance. Your portrayal of the musketeer was exquisite. Pull the trigger of justice against him. Let the villain get what he deserves.
You want me to let you go so you may complete your revenge?
No, Officer Shavras. I know that would be impossible. No. What I'd like is for you to perform the deed on my behalf.
Oh, Shiva sure is taking her time. What could they be talking about anyway? Oh, Paimon's worried. What if he decided to attack her? Oh, you do have a point. Still, do you have any idea who the rich person might be? And why the novelist doesn't want us to hear what he's saying to Chevres?
Sorry to keep you waiting, you two.
Hey, how did your talk go?
I've already sent someone to escort Baptiste back to the headquarters for questioning. He wasn't lying about the musket. It was indeed buried in his backyard.
But what about the name? Did he tell you the name of the rich guy?
Yes, he did. But for now, I have to return to the Special Patrol. There are still a few loose ends I need to tie up. I'll probably be quite busy over the next few days, so apologies if you don't see me on set.
All right, Paimon understands if you can't tell us everything you know. We'll just keep an eye on the Steambird then.
Actually, there's still something else I need your help with.
Point.
Another test.
Paimon, coming in. Paimon coming in! Paimon coming in! Is this level okay? Can you hear Paimon? Paimon coming in! Paimon coming in! Is this level okay? Can you hear Paimon? We haven't seen Chevra since that night at Baptiste's place. Well, guess there's no point in worrying about it now. Let's go join up with the others.
Good morning! Hayaka and I were just talking about you.
Is Shavras still not joining us today?
Probably not. We haven't seen her either.
Huh? That's such a pity. Director Farina said that we've only got a few small scenes left before wrapping up the entire thing. She even said that she'll get me into a couple scenes, so everyone will have a chance to shine in front of the camera.
We were also planning on having a victory feast once we're all finished filming. You can join us, right?
If only Shavras was here. I still haven't taken a photo with her.
I'm afraid that can't be helped. Those special patrol folks are like phantoms when they've got a case on their hands.
But to be honest, I'm even more concerned by what I read in the Steambird earlier this morning. It said that the killer in the murder case was none other than the author of the Two Musketeers.
Oh yeah, I heard about that too. He came forward and confessed his crimes, but gave no explanation as to why he pulled the trigger. We didn't know about this case at all when we joined the film. Is it going to affect the reception of our work?
From a pure publicity standpoint, this will draw a lot more attention to our film. I have to say, though, that no director can be perfectly comfortable with garnering attention through means other than artistic skill.
To be fair, I feel like that ship sailed the moment you allowed yourself to be named as the director on our posters.
It's not my fault that I'm super popular. What was that saying again? My popularity has,
sunk to an all-time low?
Spread to the four corners of Teyvat.
Excuse me, everyone.
Xavier! Feels like it's been ages since we last saw you.
I've been talking nonstop with the Film Association, and I'm absolutely swamped trying to coordinate the film's marketing. So forgive me for not being around more often, but please believe me when I say that I will make sure everyone's hard work gets the exposure it deserves.
Oh, seems like you've been fighting your own battles.
Yes, that's one way to put it. Oh, and before we begin the final round of filming, please allow me to finally introduce you to the original investor of our film, Mr. Morris.
A pleasure to meet you all.
Yes, glad to make your acquaintance, Mr. Morris. We've heard about the issues you've encountered with your financial situation, and genuinely hope that things have taken a turn for the better.
Oh, well, the situation has, indeed improved somewhat.
Don't worry, Mr. Morris. Accidents and last-minute challenges happen all the time. There's no need to blame yourself over it. The good news is that we're almost done filming now, and I would even say that this is the best story I've ever seen.
Is that so? I see, that's great news.
All right, now that we've gotten all the pleasantries out of the way, let's get the show on the road. We'll mostly be filming typical people and scenery from the streets today to improve the sense of environmental ambiance in some parts of the film. Oh, and there'll be a cameo for Mr. Kamisato and Miss Yoimiya as well. They'll be used to show outsider perspectives on the fates of the Two Musketeers.
That's right. Ayato should be here any minute.
Excellent! Then let's start with the scenery shots. Camera and clapper loader, you're up.
Yep, we'll be ready.
Remember, all we need are some wide zoom shots of the streets. If you happen to find some particularly lovely patches of flowers and grass, feel free to grab some close-ups of those as well. Ready? Lights! Camera! Action! Okay, Now move the camera slowly. Try to focus on that flower. What's wrong? Just adjust the focal length a bit. Something the matter? But wasn't it working fine for all the days before? Veronique, can we try a different camera?
No problem. How about this one?
All right, let's give it another try. Lights, camera, action! Don't tell me. This one is broken too? Veronique, do we have any other spare ones we can use?
I'm afraid we only brought these two today.
What? Then go find a workshop to get them repaired right away. Oh, and you too, Bono. Go find our spare camera in the warehouse and bring it back to the set.
On it.
Greetings, everyone. My apologies for the delay. Is something the matter, Ayaka?
It seems like there are some issues with the filming equipment today. We're stuck for the moment.
I see.
Well, let's not just stand here twiddling our thumbs. Actors, to the makeup booth. We'll start on the next scene as soon as we get a working camera.
The people at the workshop told me that the part which holds the lens in place seemed to have fallen off. That's super strange. It was perfectly fine just yesterday.
Well, no time to dwell on that now. Let's get back to filming. Ahem! Quiet on set! Places, everyone! Lights! Camera! Action!
By the way, have you heard about that recent murder case?
Yes, I have. It seems that they've caused quite the commotion in the city.
I heard that the chief of the guards is so mad about not catching the culprit that he's about to explode.
Oh? I find that quite hard to imagine, considering how he already looks most days.
Director, we have a problem.
Oh, we're in the middle of a take! Couldn't you wait until we wrapped up this scene?
No, Director, our film, all the finalized film that we've been keeping in the case has disappeared.
Oh, wait, what did you say?
Mr. Bono, please take me to where the film was kept right away.
I'm coming too.
No, Yoimiya, you have to stay here. Oh. Okay, listen up. Everyone who's not working on this current scene can go with Bono to look for the film. Everyone else, stay put and wrap up the scene. Unbelievable. How could all these problems happen in just one day?
We're back.
How did it go? Did you find the film?
We found it in the sewers.
Huh? In the sewers? Is the film still okay?
We discovered it just in time, so we should still be able to salvage it. The others are checking now to see if we lost any specific scenes.
Oh, you scared me for a moment there. I nearly thought we had lost everything. I really don't want to experience that feeling of despair again.
Okay, but who could have stolen the film and dumped it there?
Could it be, some competitors working on other films?
But if they wanted to harass us, why wait until the last day?
Okay, we don't have time to really look into it right now. Let's strike while the iron is still hot and wrap this thing up once and for all.
Yeah, let's finish it.
I would like to officially announce that our entry to the festival, The Two Musketeers, has now concluded filming!
Paimon is spent. It's so late already.
Even though the filming process proved to be extremely challenging, everyone provided valuable and unique contributions to the final product. Thank you all for your dedication and support.
And just like Director Farina, I would also like to extend my most heartfelt thanks to all of you. Really, you've all helped me so much.
All right, let's save the awards speech for later, and hopefully also get some rehearsals in before the real thing. Anyway, now it's time to party! Let's all make our way to the beach and have a celebration feast so loud and fun that even the blubber beast will want in.
Party, party! Paimon wants to party!
Take it easy.
Whoa, this place is hopping. Everyone's finally getting to relax after wrapping up the film. Let's go chat with someone.
Have you ever seen a fireworks show, Mr. Morris? It's pretty amazing.
I'm afraid I haven't, but I'll take your word for it.
Let's get this interview started. Smile! Say cheese! Hold that pose!
This is turning out to be quite the party.
I was thinking, if this film turns out to be a success, could I ask the two of you to stay and be a part of my crew? Of course, I'll definitely increase the pay for next.
I'd be more than happy to, Mr. Xavier.
Thank you for the offer, Mr. Xavier. But I've made some plans to go on a journey to the other nations once the festival is over.
Is that so? Well, then in that case, bon voyage, Miss Veronique. Please feel free to get in touch once you've returned.
Smile!
Clapper loader and camera operator. You've both worked really hard.
Paimon thinks you worked even harder than us. Honestly, Paimon was getting a little tired of playing with the clapperboard by the end of it. Worst of all, Paimon started having dreams of you shouting, "Lights, camera, action!" into Paimon's ears. The actual dream can't even start until you've yelled that.
Hey, if anything, shouldn't I be more grand and delightful than your dreams? We've been through so much together, and that's how your brain remembers me?
That's not Paimon's fault. We've just used the clapperboard too much lately.
Anyway, what's most important is that we've wrapped the film. I'm pretty confident that we'll take first prize. Hey, no need to mention the official name.
Wait, now that you mention it, if we did win the prize, would Farina just get a statue of herself?
Come on, I don't need that kind of attention. Xavier can accept the reward on our behalf.
But just imagine! Farina accepting the Farina Award and holding a Farina statue.
I'm going back to my dessert now. You all can keep discussing that on your own.
Hey, Ayato! How's your work been going?
Everything went rather smoothly. Thank you for your concern.
Ayato told me that we've already confirmed the dates for some Inazuma Fontaine cultural exchange events. So the next time we visit, we'll be doing so in our capacities as the representatives of the Yashiro Commission.
Oh, that's great! Then maybe Paimon will be able to find Fontaine detective novels in Inazuma from now on. Oh, wait. Wouldn't Yae Miko get upset if that happens? That would be stealing some of her business. You've got a point. She's always complaining that light novels have become bland and too predictable, after all.
The cultural exchange won't only feature literatures of both nations, of course. We have also made plans for cross-cultural engagements in the fields of gourmet cuisine, toy making, and artisan craftsmanship.
Wow! Paimon's getting super excited now!
When the time comes, be sure to visit and participate in all the events.
Chiori!
Hey, you two.
Are you not really into these kinds of big social occasions?
Not particularly. But this is still better than Fontaine Fashion Week.
But if this film becomes a big hit, people will definitely come flocking to your shop.
Yes, that's highly likely. As long as the film can premiere as planned.
Are you still worried about the case?
That and all the obstacles we had to face today.
You're right. It's as if all our bad luck just manifested at once.
But why today of all days? No, it's nothing. We've already delivered the film to the editors, so there should be nothing more to worry about.
How are you doing, Mr. Morris? You having a good time?
Well, you could say that. Do you happen to know when the party is scheduled to end?
Judging by how much fun everyone's having, I'd say probably not until well after midnight. Is there something that you still have to take care of at home, Mr. Morris?
Oh, well, I'm just not a late night person, so I might take off shortly.
Oh no! Silly me. I almost forgot something super important.
Oh, what is it?
I prepared a whole batch of fireworks for the party, but I forgot to bring them over from the warehouse.
Fireworks, you say? Well, that's truly a pity. Sorry things didn't go as planned.
Could you help me carry them over, Mr. Morris? I won't be able to fetch all of them by myself.
Me? Are you sure that you can't find anyone else?
I just wanted to make this a surprise for everyone. The warehouse isn't far from here. We'll be there in no time. Pretty please, Mr. Morris. These are some of the best fireworks I've ever made. So I also want you to see them before you leave. They're stunning. I promise that they'll be a once-in-a-lifetime experience that you'll never forget.
But...
It's okay. Just come with me. If we're sneaky enough, nobody else will see us leaving.
All right.
The warehouse is right over here. I moved the fireworks there in advance, so it shouldn't be too much work bringing them back.
It's still a ways away from the party.
Sorry about that, Mr. Morris. It's probably because I'm used to carrying fireworks all the time, so it doesn't feel like a lot of work to me. It's dark in here. Wait here, Mr. Morris. I think the light switch should be somewhere over here.
Why did I have to get roped into this? What was that? Who's there? Get me out! Get me out of here!
Did you really think you'd get away, Morris?
You've got the wrong guy. It wasn't me. I'm not the killer.
You know, Eliza died a far more heroic death than this. She fought your assassin to the end to save the children she had hidden beneath the floorboards. That is Eliza's pendant, the one with a photo of you two inside. The one you gave her. Ring any bells?
It's a fake! It has to be! There's no way!
No way your assassin didn't destroy it, you mean? Did you ever love her, Morris? Or was killing her always the plan?
No, please. Listen to me. I told Eliza to keep us a secret. I paid her plenty for her silence. I never thought she'd keep the child. Everything was gonna come out, and I had no choice. She forced my hand. No! I'm begging you. I have money. Just name your price, please.
You can keep your Mora, and you can go to hell. I'm Captain Shovraz of the Special Patrol. Morris, you're under arrest for Eliza's murder.
Huh?
under arrest too, prop manager Veronique. Or perhaps I should call you the Second Musketeer.
Wait, what's going on? This wasn't in the script.
Drop the gun, Veronique.
Why? Why would you keep me from exacting revenge on this heartless monster?
Drop your weapon. This is my final warning.
What is going on?
Do I have to spell it out for you, Morris? Everything that took place just now was staged to get you to confess the truth. But this last part is all improv, of course.
Chevrolet, you told us you wanted us to help you stage a play. You never said anything about the Second Musketeer.
It's because even I had no way to confirm my theory until now. Thank you for your performance, Yoimiya. Could I trouble you to go and bring in the other Special Patrol members? They should be— Oh, and please tell the other cast members not to worry about us. We'll be rejoining them shortly.
On it!
So what do you think, Morris? Care to talk about what happened 20 years ago? My patience is limited, you know. Don't force me to take you back to the interrogation room. I'd wager that you wouldn't last for more than a minute in there. With the recording we made, you have no chance of winning in court. Cooperating with us now is the most practical move.
All right. I'll talk. I hired an assassin to murder Elisa. She once worked as a maid on my family's estate. She was very beautiful, and after some time I fell for her. We kept our relationship a secret and carried out an affair for some time, but it wasn't long before she became pregnant. And if my parents ever found out, they would have stripped me of my inheritance and status, driven me out of my home. I also didn't expect Elisa to insist on bringing the pregnancy to term. She even asked me to leave my family and travel far, far away with her.
She believed that you were truly in love with her.
I didn't have a choice. I gave her a large sum of mora, told her to leave the family and to get rid of the baby. But then years later, she sent me a letter. There were photos of 2 children, and she even asked if I could find some time to visit them.
Huh? 2 children? Paimon thought Baptiste was the only... you mean...
Even if she had the children against your will, you could have just ignored the letter entirely. Why kill her?
I had just gotten engaged to be married to an heiress from another wealthy family. So if anyone were to find out about Elisa, my life would be completely ruined. I didn't have a choice.
No. You always had a choice. You just made the wrong choice.
Do you know how it feels to watch your mother be killed right in front of you? My brother and I were hardly even school age yet. We were hidden beneath the floorboards, grasping each other's hands like a lifeline. We were so terrified that we didn't even know we could ever take a breath. All we could do was to watch Mother try to fight back, and then collapse to the floor. Even after the assassin left, we were still too terrified to leave our hiding spot. We thought that he might come back. It was only until the next evening when we finally climbed out and gathered around our mother. But she had already become cold and stiff to the touch.
You made up your mind right then and there to bring this case to light.
Not only that, we resolved to get our revenge.
And that's why you became the Musketeers.
No, that's why I became a Musketeer. The man from before was also killed by me. My brother had nothing to do with it.
I figured as much.
You did?
I once told these two that he didn't look like a killer to me. His confession from that night also rubbed me the wrong way. I think what really tipped me off was, how could I not feel a sense of regret in him?
Huh?
He confessed faster than any criminal I've ever met, but he didn't say a single word about you. He insisted that he was the sole perpetrator in the case. But after the questioning ended, I disassembled the musket we dug up from his backyard, put it in front of him, and told... He had no idea where to even start. He's never touched a gun in his life. Based on that, I determined that he was not acting alone. He only surrendered himself to draw our attention and create a moment of opportunity for his partner. So, I decided to play along. And as expected, the second musketeer followed us without hesitation once she saw Morris get separated from the rest of the cast. Besides, why else would he call the novel The Two Musketeers?
But how did you know it was Veronique?
I figured it out the moment Baptiste told me his father's name. That so-called financial crisis was all just a ruse. He just wanted to sign up as the investor and then leave the film without any source of funding. After all, he has a vested interest in minimizing the reach of this story. It's really just the same thing as what he did to Eliza all those years ago.
Human scum.
But then Xavier pulled out all the stops and got the film made against all odds. Morris couldn't have that. With the killer in custody, he figured it was safe to act. And so he came to visit the set today, just as I expected.
Wait, so you were behind all those mishaps today?
As for the identity of the second musketeer, I assumed they'd probably stay close to Morris and look for an opening. And if they already knew that Morris was the film's investor, then that narrowed the list of potential suspects as well. Furthermore, being the props manager would allow the culprit to avoid scrutiny by purchasing mechanical parts in the name of the crew. With that hypothesis in mind, I went back to check Baptiste's orphanage adoption records. Guess whose name I saw on the same page, just a few lines from his.
My brother. He trusted you.
As in, he trusted me to perform the deed on his behalf?
He trusted you to stand on the side of justice.
I am.
I thought you could do it as well. Oh, the look on your face when you told him to go to hell. I really thought you'd put a bullet in his brain. You know what he has done. Are you telling me that you'd rather see him spend the rest of his life living like a king in the fortress of Meripede? I will never be able to forget the feeling of my mother's cold, lifeless hands. And you would call this ending fair? Is this what you call justice?
I won't lie, Veronique. I did hesitate when your brother first told me about the truth. I wondered. I agonized over whether I should really put a bullet in his head.
So why don't you?
Because that should never be how justice is carried out in this world. Perhaps, to you, justice is simply reciprocated. An eye for an eye, and a life for a life. But everyone has their own understanding of justice. If everyone were to pursue their own definition of it, there would be no more order in this world. Today, you'll kill Morris, and tomorrow, his children may come for you. The world cannot render judgments based on a desire for revenge. That will only lead to a cycle of revenge, as well as the destruction of order and civilized society. Fontaine is founded on a set of laws and a standardized code of justice. That is why we are the nation of justice. But with all that said, I will promise you this. Morris will not lead a cushy life in the fortress of Meripede.
Chevreuse, the rest of the special patrol is here.
Thank you so much, Yoimiya. Letelier, Terena, please take them away.
I still can't agree with your reasoning.
I know.
Justice has not been delivered. At least, not today.
Chevreuse.
Let's go. We should give an explanation to the crew. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. I'm just thinking about the things in life that have driven people to take justice into their own hands.
Who would have thought Morris would turn out to be... I'm at a loss of words. How could he have done something like this?
I'm just glad that you're all safe and sound. Who knew that such a labyrinth of cases would be behind this story?
Well, what should we do now? We have a finished film, of course, but should we still go ahead with the premiere?
What do you mean? Shouldn't you be even more motivated to spread the word now that you've learned the truth?
Chiori is right. I'd also like more people to see this story for themselves.
But the real ending of the story seems to have deviated somewhat from the one in the script. Is that still acceptable to you, Miss Chevreuse?
The call is yours. We still have time to reshoot an ending if that's what you'd like.
No, it's fine as is. I like what we have for the catharsis. Romanticism is what gives works of art their appeal. Fiction is able to explore means of restitution that could never work in real life. Just like the real world, the world of stories also has its own set of rules and justice. These different possibilities are what initially drew me to reading in the first place.
Sounds good to me. I support your decision.
What about Veronique? Will she be okay?
She will soon face her judgment alongside her brother and Morris. If I had to guess, they'll probably all be sent to the fortress of Meripede. I'll make sure to give Risley a heads up about it.
Oh, you mean that kind of heads up?
Exactly.
Ahem. All right, then the matter's settled. Now that everything's been taken care of, there's no reason for us to keep looking all gloomy and grumpy. Let's get back to the feast and enjoy each other's company. We'll be starting the post-production process tomorrow. You should join us, Chevreuse. You missed the first few hours of the party, didn't you?
All right. Count me in.
Then I'll wait for you over there. There's still some good news that I'd like to share with Chevreuse.
Traveler, Paimon, could you wait for me by the sea after the party ends? I'd like to go on a brief walk with the two of you. Thank you very much. Sorry for the wait.
Oh, we weren't waiting long at all. Is there something else you wanted to tell us?
No, I don't have anything new to share. I just felt that since you were my investigation partners, I should have another conversation with the two of you. Traveler, how would you have responded to Baptiste's request if you were in my shoes? When I was young, my father often took me here to swim. We'd come rain or shine, even when it was freezing cold. He told me that swimming was the best activity to train one's strength of will. You could never give up before reaching the shore, especially when the water was cold.
Oh? Why's that?
Because the moment you give up would be the moment you die. At that point, I still hadn't received my vision. One winter, the chilly wind felt almost like knives on my skin, and the seawater was so frigid that it numbed my toes the moment I stepped in. I cried and begged my father to spare me from having to swim across, but he wouldn't listen. He used to be a member of the Special Patrol as well. You could say it was his way of educating his children.
That sounds awful.
When he saw that I wouldn't stop crying, he just picked me up and tossed me into the icy water. The bone-chilling cold took away my senses. I couldn't feel anything but fear and rage. I waited for my father to save me, but one look and I knew he'd already started swimming for the opposite shore. I realized that if I were to give up, I really would die right then and there. I used all of my strength to try and catch up to my father. Those few minutes felt longer than my whole life up until that point. I did, however, make it to the other side. I've never felt afraid about anything in my life after that, nor have I ever cried again.
That way of teaching would have never worked on Paimon.
Yeah, I don't think that was the right method for anyone. It's just that, working now as I am in the pursuit of justice, I still sometimes feel like I've been tossed into that winter sea all over again. The anger and the helplessness.
Chevreuse.
But the worse I feel, the more I know to never give up. The alternative would be to forever lose myself among the waves. Anyway, how about a race? Neither of us will drown, but we can still see who swims faster.
You guys go ahead! Paimon will grab the clapperboard to mark the start of the race.
Final warning! Drop your weapons! Stop right there! Final warning! Drop your weapons! Stop right there! Final warning!
Sorry for the wait.
Oh, we weren't waiting.
No, I don't have a traveler. How is that so? When I was young, my father, he told me that
Oh?
because the moment you one winter, I cried, and
That sounds...
when he saw that I would the bone-chilling cold, I waited for my I used all of my I've never felt afraid about anything.
That way of teaching would have...
Yeah, I don't think that was the right. It's just that working now as I am in the pursuit of justice.
Chevra...
But the worse I feel. Anyway, how about a race?
Stop right there!
Sorry for the wait.
Oh, we weren't waiting.
No, I don't have any traveler. How would is that so? When I was young, my father, he told me that
Oh?
because the moment you one winter, I cried and
That sounds...
when he saw that I would the bone chilling. I waited for I used all. I've never felt afraid about anything.
That way of teaching?
Yeah, I don't think that was it's just that working now as I am in the pursuit of justice.
Chevra...
But the worse I feel. Anyway, how about a race?
Drop your weapons! Final warning! Drop your weapons! Final warning! Hands where I can see them!
Oh, that felt good.
You were so fast in the water, Chevras! You were swimming even faster than Paimon can fly! So, about the Special Patrol, did you join because of your dad?
Partly, but I'd say I was more inspired by the heroes I read about in stories growing up.
Oh, so it's due to your love of stories!
Of course, it was only after I joined the Special Patrol that I learned that truth is often stranger than fiction. Come on, let's walk a bit more. To be honest, I do sometimes question whether the decisions I make are the right ones. But I know that no matter what, I must keep swimming. Because the only thing I've got my eyes on is the shore in the distance. Thank you for coming on this walk with me. I feel a lot better after getting all that off my chest.
Huh. We're nearly back at Baptiste's house.
Huh, you're right. I didn't realize we were so close.
He really did plant a lot of flowers. It's just like how he described it in the story.
Huh? Wait. Paimon, Traveler, look! The rainbow roses in the garden. They're in full bloom now.
I see everything.
Even though it's a bit late, I must thank you for investigating this case with me. Not on behalf of the Special Patrol this time. It's a personal expression of gratitude from yours truly. Thank you for looking out for me. I'll see you at the award ceremony. I'd be very surprised if we don't win.
Xavier, it's been a while.
Hey there, you two! Sorry I've been scarce. I've been buried in marketing and preparing the film for release ever since we wrapped post-production.
The award ceremony is today, right? Paimon wonders if we'll win the Farina Award.
I'd give it a 90% chance.
Farina! Oh, Paimon didn't know you were already here. You're earlier than everyone else.
I'm sure the others will also be here in no time. Xavier, if we end up getting called on stage, shouldn't you come up with a name for our crew?
What? But we don't even know if we're going to win. I wouldn't want to jinx our chances by celebrating early.
Just open your eyes! Surely you've seen the audience's reactions to our film. We've had nothing but critical acclaim. You've also had conversations with the Opera House's operating staff, right? Didn't they want to increase the number of showings? With the mora you've made from the box office, you can now open your very own film company.
But that's all credit to my amazing crew. You've all helped to make this a reality, so I can't be the only one asked to come up with a name.
Well, give it some thought. I'm sure the crew will respect your choice.
All right, but before that, Traveler and Paimon, could I trouble you to quickly pay a visit to the Fortress of Meripede?
Huh? But shouldn't we stay for the award ceremony?
I wanted to ask you two to invite Shavraz to join us at the ceremony. She's one of the lead roles, after all. I haven't been able to find her recently, so I haven't had the chance to invite her personally. According to the papers, the culprits of the musket murder case will be personally escorted today by the captain of the Special Patrol to the Fortress of Meripede.
Oh, Paimon gets it now. Yep, just wait here, Xavier, and maybe try to come up with a few snappy-sounding names.
All right, then I'll leave you to it. Will we really win an award?
Trust me. When have I ever been wrong about something like this?
This is as far as I'll be taking them. I'll leave the three of them to you now.
Got another errand to run?
Something like that. I'm expected at a party.
Now that's something you don't hear every day. Found a new pastime?
No, it's just a special occasion.
Shavraz! Risley!
Festivals really do bring people together. It's been a while since I last had so many visitors at the Fortress of Meripede.
Call it the festival spirit, I guess.
Yeah, you could say that. Even our head nurse has gotten herself all worked up preparing super deluxe nutritious shakes. Just one gulp and you'll have met all your nutrition needs.
Were you talking about work just now?
We've already finished discussing everything. So, what do you think about my heads up, Mr. Risley?
I believe I haven't yet made any promises or guarantees.
But you also didn't shoot me down. Here, how about this? You could give everyone a copy of the newspaper. Perhaps on the day when the cover story happens to, oh, I don't know, expose a certain someone's misdeeds from 20 years ago?
I suppose then a certain someone may soon find himself the most unlucky person in the Fortress of Meripede?
while another 2 people will soon be hailed as heroes.
Speaking of heroes, did you two need something from me?
Oh, actually, we're here for...
You're here to invite me to the party, right? Don't worry, I didn't forget.
Ooh, then let's head back right away! See you, Risley! Happy Fontanalia Festival!
And the same to you.
And the winner of the Farina Award for the first Fontanalia Film Festival is the Two Musketeers!
We won! We really won!
Congratulations, Mr. Xavier.
We won? I can't believe it! I really can't thank all of you enough!
See? My takes on Fontaine's entertainment industry have never been wrong.
Now, please welcome to the stage the producer of the Two Musketeers, Mr. Xavier!
Thank you! Thank you all so much for your recognition and support. While I'm up here, I would love to give special thanks to...
Time really flies, huh?
It certainly feels that way. It feels like it was only yesterday when you were teaching me to hold a musket.
Will you come back to Fontaine again?
Of course! I'm very fond of this city. There are so many novel and interesting things that it's been hard to keep track of them all. But how about you? Would you be interested in visiting Inazuma?
I can't say the thought has crossed my mind before, but I'd be willing to consider it now.
I will be eagerly awaiting your visit. It would be wonderful if you could visit my home and enjoy a taste of our tea and desserts.
Yeah, let's keep in touch.
Did you accomplish all you came here for?
Yes. And you should visit Inazuma again sometime.
How has Ogura and her business been?
To my knowledge, she's doing quite well.
Tell her I said hi.
I certainly will.
I heard the thunderstorm has stopped.
Yes, and the war has also been brought to an end. Peace and prosperity has returned to the islands.
I quite like the sound of that. Perfect for hanging textiles out to dry.
I'd like to offer my thanks again to the entire cast and crew. Without you, I would have never completed this film, much less had the opportunity to be standing on this stage. With the support of my entire crew, I would like to officially announce our film company, Musketeer Pictures!
Woohoo! That has a really nice ring to it.
Then in that case, let's please welcome all the members of Musketeer Pictures onto the stage for a commemorative photo.
Oh, Paimon didn't know we'd also be taking pictures.
Director Farina, I believe you are the most deserving person to raise this trophy.
Huh? No. There's no need. It's so embarrassing.
It's an honor the director deserves.
Yes, I agree. Just accept that you're not getting out of this.
Ready, everyone? 3, 2, 1.
Musketeer Pictures!
Trial or treat! Enjoy. Trial or treat!
Miss Yoimiya, we haven't had the chance to talk, but please accept my thanks for everything you've done over the past few days.
Oh, but I feel like I didn't.
I'm very grateful for your assistance during the. It was always going to be somewhat risky. To engage and draw away Morris. You're only a civilian and have never been trained to act in such a dangerous.
Don't say it like that. As the director's assistant, it was my duty to help out the crew however I could. I have to admit, though, my heart was thumping super hard the entire time I was laying on the ground.
You did great.
Oh, and before I forget, if you ever visit Inazuma, please come and pay a visit to Naganohara Fireworks. I'll make some fireworks for you.
I'm guessing a musket.
Telling you now would ruin the surprise. If you really want to see it.
Lady Farina, please allow me to take just one more photo of you. I would also
Hey, I've had enough of the camera flashes.
But, Lady Farina, you are the best director I've ever met! The most photogenic maiden in all of Fontaine! This kind of lively and celebratory setting is exactly where you shine. I believe all photographers would agree. Come, the brightest star of our land! Show us your light! The camera is waiting to sing praises of your beauty!
Well, I'm flattered, but... All right. I'll humor you and try a few more different poses. But I don't have to hold the trophy, right?
Of course. You may pose however you like. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. By the heavens, my luck has been beyond belief. I'm having a hard time coming to terms with it now. Oh. Lady Farina.
Hey,
But, Lady, come, the bright...
Well, I'm but I don't have to hold...
Of course. Thank you so...
coming in. Paimon coming in! Paimon coming in! Is this level okay? Can you hear Paimon? Paimon coming in! Paimon coming in! Is this level okay? Can you hear Paimon? Paimon coming in! Paimon coming in! Is this level okay? Can you hear Paimon?
Kayak misalnya rencana dia buat ngelarang keberadaan masjid, ngelarang Al-Quran, ngeluarin Belanda dari keanggotaan Uni Eropa.
Geert Wilders' PVV Party's program states the Netherlands is not an Islamic country.
Orang-orang aslinya tuh jadi mikirnya, kalau mau masalah berkurang banyak, ya kita harus nyingkirin imigran nih berarti nih. Karena di kita mau pemilu kan, jadi gue kepikiran nih buat bahas pemilu di beberapa negara lain. Buat pembanding aja sama yang di kita. Dan buat pertama gue mau bahas yang baru aja kejadian nih, baru aja kelar. Ya jadi sekitar sebulanan yang lalu, Belanda tuh baru aja ngegelar pemilu buat milih Perdana Menteri yang baru di sana. Dan yang bikin pemilu kali ini heboh adalah partai yang menang tuh adalah partai konservatif sayap kanan yang terkenal punya rencana kebijakan anti-Islam dan anti-imigran. Waduh. Dan ternyata pas gue cari lebih dalam lagi, ternyata yang ngalamin hal kayak gini tuh nggak cuma Belanda loh. Di Eropa secara umum, partai-partai populis sayap kanan yang dikenal konservatif banget tuh cenderung jadi makin populer dan makin diminatin sama masyarakat loh. Ini kenapa bisa begini ya? Terus gimana nih nasib masyarakat Islam sama imigran-imigran di Belanda setelah pemilu kemarin ya? Yaudah kalau gitu, ayo langsung aja kita bahas kenapa partai konservatif bisa menang di pemilu Belanda. Dan kenapa juga partai sayap kanan tuh jadi makin populer di Eropa. Di Learning by Googling. Oke, sebelum kita bahas hasil pemilu di Belanda kemarin, enaknya kita bahas dulu kali ya tentang sistem politik dan cara kerja pemilu di sana. Buat yang mungkin belum tahu nih, Belanda tuh kan jadi salah satu negara yang nganut sistem monarki konstitusional, mirip kayak Inggris atau mirip-mirip sama Thailand juga lah. Jadi di Belanda tuh raja tetap punya peran sebagai pemimpin negara, tapi buat pemimpin pemerintahan itu ada Perdana Menteri. Nah, pemimpin negaranya, si raja Belandanya, ini kan pastinya kan nggak bisa dipilih sama masyarakat dong. Yang bisa dipilih sama masyarakat ya PM-nya, Perdana Menterinya. Dan proses milih PM di Belanda ini pun prosesnya nggak kayak milih presiden di kita ya, yang udah ada nama calonnya terus kita tinggal coblos doang. Nggak gitu. Di sana beda. Ya prosesnya bisa dibilang lebih kayak milih anggota DPR kali ya kalau mau dibandingin sama di kita. Oh iya, dan di Belanda sendiri tuh ada 5 level pemilu ya. Mulai dari level municipalities, milih pemimpin setara kota atau kabupaten kalau di Indonesia. Terus ada waterboard, milih pejabat yang bertanggung jawab dalam pengelolaan sistem air di Belanda. Habis itu pemilu provinsi, nasional, sampai di level Uni Eropa. Dan pemilu di Belanda tuh pakai sistem representatif proporsional. Sistem apa tuh? Simpelnya ya kayak yang gue bilang tadi, ini tuh mirip kayak pemilu DPR di kita. Jadi warga Belanda bakal milih calon anggota parlemen yang ada di list partai. Dan nantinya semua suara itu bakal dihitung sebagai suara partai. Misalnya nih, lu milih si A dari partai hijau. Nah itu berarti lu otomatis ngasih suara buat partai hijau juga. Jadi nantinya perolehan suara partainya tuh bakal setara sama jumlah kursi yang didapat sama partai tersebut di parlemen. Ya, mirip-mirip pemilu Thailand kemarin sih ya. Totalnya di parlemen Belanda ini tuh ada 150 kursi yang direbutin sama partai-partai ini. Jadi misalnya di pemilu partai kita dapat total suara 19% misalnya. Ya, berarti jatah kursi kita di parlemen ya 19% dari total kursi. 19% dari 150 kursi. Berapa tuh berarti tuh? Ya, sekitar 28-29 kursi ya berarti ya. Dan di sini yang harus kita ingat, sama kayak nasib partai Orange di pemilu Thailand kemarin, partai pemenang pemilu itu belum tentu jadi pemerintah. Dan belum tentu juga anggotanya kepilih jadi Perdana Menteri. Soalnya buat jadi satu pemerintahan, partai itu harus punya seenggaknya 50% dari keseluruhan kursi plus 1 kursi. Atau ya berarti 76 kursi lah. Dan selama ini dalam sejarahnya belum pernah ada tuh partai yang bisa dapetin 76 kursi sendiri. Makanya mereka jadi harus membentuk koalisi sama partai-partai lain buat bisa menuhin jatah minimal 76 kursi tadi. Jadi ya di sini partai pemenang pemilu itu bisa aja malah nggak jadi pemerintah kalau misalnya mereka gagal ngebentuk koalisi yang isinya minimal 76 orang anggota parlemen. Ya ini beneran mirip pemilu Thailand kemarin sih ya. Beda jumlah kursinya doang paling.
Elections are held every 4 years, after which the party with the most votes gets to form a government. As it has never happened that a single party won the required 76 seats to rule alone, the country is effectively always ruled by coalition. The cabinet contains mostly 2 or 3 parties, but there have been coalitions of 5 parties in the past.
Terus kalau kita ngomongin pemerintah, ini kan pastinya kan ada kaitannya sama pembuatan undang-undang ya. Dan di Belanda sendiri, walaupun pemerintah tuh bakal punya peran paling vital, tapi undang-undang baru bisa disahin kalau udah ngelewatin serangkaian proses. Proses apa aja tuh? Pertama, rancangan undang-undang yang bakal dibikin dan diajuin sama pemerintah atau parlemen. Nah, rancangan undang-undang ini tuh nantinya bakal dibawa ke parlemen buat didebatin sama pertama istilahnya tuh Tweede Kamer, ya DPR lah kalau di kita, atau Sowo kalau di Thailand. Dan rancangan undang-undang ini tuh nantinya sama parlemen, sama Tweede Kamer, itu bisa aja disetujuin, ditolak, atau diamandemen. Terus kalau misalnya rancangan undang-undang ini di-approve, disetujuin sama mayoritas anggota dewan, rancangan undang-undang ini bakal dibawa ke Senat, atau ya istilah sananya tuh namanya Eerste Kamer. Dan di situ anggota Senat cuma punya dua pilihan nih buat rancangan undang-undang ini, mau disetujuin atau ditolak. Nah, kalau misalnya akhirnya di-approve sama Senat, nih disetujuin sama Senat, kebijakan baru ini tetap nggak akan berlaku kalau nggak dapat tanda tangan dari Raja Belanda. Jadi ya emang cukup panjang ya prosesnya ya, dari dibikin rancangannya dulu kan, terus dibawa ke parlemen tadi, diputusin sama parlemen, kalau oke dibawa ke Senat, kalau oke sama Senat baru tuh ditandatangan sama Raja. Dan walaupun misalnya Raja sendiri udah bilang kalau dia bakal sepakat sama undang-undang yang mau dibikin, tapi tetap aja tuh proses panjang tadi tetap harus dilakukan. Biar demokrasi di Belanda tetap jalan. Jadi nggak bisa tuh undang-undangnya baru rancangan, terus Raja ngeliat, terus Raja ngerasa, oh ini oke nih, terus dia langsung tanda tangan. Nah itu nggak bisa tuh. Tetap harus ngelewatin semua proses tadi. Jadi ya bisa aja sebenarnya Raja setuju sama undang-undang ini, tapi karena Senat nggak setuju, akhirnya undang-undangnya nggak jadi. Itu bisa aja. Tapi ya walaupun pembuatan undang-undang baru di Belanda tuh tergolong butuh waktu yang lama, tapi hasil undang-undangnya tuh jarang banget loh ditentang sama masyarakat. Dan ingat ya sekali lagi ya perbandingannya biar lebih ngerti ya. Tweede Kamer itu tuh DPR kalau di kita, Sowo kalau di Thailand. Eerste Kamer itu Senat, DPD kalau di kita, Soso kalau di Thailand. Nah, kenapa gue ngejelasin tentang proses pembuatan undang-undang di Belanda tadi? Soalnya Belanda tuh tiap 4 tahun sekali ngegelar pemilu level nasional buat milih anggota Tweede Kamer, buat milih anggota DPR, milih orang-orang yang bisa mendebat rancangan undang-undang. Dan di pemilu tahun 2023 yang digelar di akhir bulan November kemarin, ternyata hasilnya tuh bisa dibilang cukup mengagetkan loh. Soalnya partai yang menang pemilunya tuh partai ini, Party of Freedom atau PVV. Partai populis sayap kanan yang terkenal ngampanyein gagasan-gagasan anti-Islam dan anti-imigran di Belanda. Waduh, wah. Ya, partai yang benar-benar keras lah intinya ya. Di pemilu kemarin, PVV tuh dapat total 37% suara, ngunggulin partai-partai lain dengan lumayan telak lah. Ya gimana nggak telak, lu bayangin aja, partai lain tuh nggak ada yang dapat suara di atas 30%. PVV mereka 37%.
Now, votes in the general election in the Netherlands are still being counted, but it seems that the veteran anti-Islam politician Geert Wilders has led his PVV party to the largest share of the vote. PVV, which translates into English as freedom, is set to take around 35 of the 150 seats.
Nah, pemimpin partai PVV, Geert Wilders, dia nih emang udah dari lama terjun di dunia politik dan dikenal dengan berbagai gagasannya yang ekstrim terkait Islam, imigran, dan rencananya buat ngeluarin Belanda dari keanggotaan Uni Eropa. Kalau menurut Time, sebelum ngebikin partai PVV, dia ini juga sempat jadi anggota kelompok liberal yang dibikin sama Perdana Menteri Belanda sekarang, Mark Rutte. Terus dia juga udah dapat perlindungan ketat dari polisi itu dari tahun 2004. Saking seringnya dapat ancaman pembunuhan gara-gara gagasan-gagasan anti-Islamnya. Terus dia juga sempat beberapa kali berurusan dengan hukum karena provokasi berbau diskriminasi yang dia lontarin. Misalnya kayak di tahun 2020, dia tuh sempat didakwa bersalah atas tuduhan penghinaan ke imigran Maroko. Walaupun ya akhirnya dia nggak dijatuhin hukuman apa-apa. Terus di tahun 2009 dia juga pernah ditolak masuk ke Inggris karena dianggap sebagai sosok yang kontroversial. Ya terasa sangat problematik ya orangnya ya. Dan di pemilu kali ini pun sebenarnya sama. Dia tetap ngampanyein gagasan-gagasan dia yang ekstrim. Kayak misalnya rencana dia buat ngelarang keberadaan masjid, ngelarang Al-Quran, ngeluarin Belanda dari keanggotaan Uni Eropa, pandangan skeptis dia terhadap isu krisis iklim, sampai rencana pembatasan imigran di Belanda. Dan gara-gara ide-ide kebijakan dia yang konservatif dan ekstrim ini, dia tuh jadi sering dijulukin sebagai Donald Trump-nya Belanda. Ya, walaupun emang rambutnya agak-agak mirip sih ya.
Tengah malam gak bisa tidur. Minum sederes. Tidur nyenyak, bangun jadi segar.
Geert Wilders' PVV party's program states the Netherlands is not an Islamic country. There should be no Islamic schools, no Qurans, no mosques, and a ban on Islamic headscarves in government buildings.
If the PVV program is implemented, the livelihood and security of Muslims will no longer be assured.
Nah, kemenangan partai dia ini kan lumayan bikin heran ya. Dan emang banyak pihak di dunia yang heran juga sih. Gagasan-gagasan dia tuh kontroversial loh. Kok bisa-bisanya dapat banyak suara di pemilu kemarin? Dan terkait hal ini, kalau menurut BBC ada beberapa alasan nih yang kemungkinan besar jadi penyebab kuat kenapa PVV dan Geert Wilders tuh bisa narik banyak suara di pemilu kemarin. Alasan yang pertama, ternyata di akhir masa kampanye dan mendekati pemilu, Geert Wilders tuh diketahui malah melunakkan narasi-narasi anti-Islamnya. Ya, walaupun tetap menyuarakan isu terkait pembatasan imigran ya. Ya intinya mendekati hari-hari pemilu, dia ini tiba-tiba jadi nggak terlalu keras ke Islam. Dan ternyata ini berhasil naikin simpati ke dia nih. Dan selain itu di hari-hari menjelang pemilu, dia juga ngampanyein perang terhadap krisis perumahan di Belanda. Dan dia juga janji buat ningkatin fasilitas dan pelayanan kesehatan di sana. Terus alasan yang kedua, karena performa dia yang jauh ngunggulin rival-rivalnya selama penyelenggaraan debat yang disiarin di media-media nasional. Jadi Geert Wilders ini dia nih emang terkenal jago beretorika, makanya nggak heran kalau performa dia selama debat tuh ya nggak ada tandingannya. Terus alasan yang ketiga, karena isu anti-imigran yang dari lama emang jadi isu yang disuarain sama Geert Wilders dan partai PVV-nya, itu jadi mulai disuarain juga sama partai-partai mainstream di Belanda. Gara-gara ini masyarakat sana tuh jadi mikir kayak, kalau akhirnya gagasan anti-imigran dirasa ideal sama partai-partai lain, ya mending gue milih partai yang duluan nampanyain ini aja. Berarti kan dia bisa ngelihat masalah lebih awal nih, jauh sebelum pihak lain ngelihat juga. Bagus ini partai ini, coblos ah. Banyak yang mikir gitu, naik aja perolehan suaranya. Terus ada juga nih faktor lainnya nih, faktor pendorong popularitas partai PVV yang malah berasal dari lawan politiknya. Iya, jadi masih menurut BBC, Dylan Yazilgo Zegerius, pemimpin partai VVD, salah satu partai mainstream utama di Belanda, dia nih nyebut adanya kemungkinan partai dia koalisi sama PVV. Dan ini buat orang Belanda lumayan ngagetin nih, soalnya sebelumnya bisa dibilang nggak pernah ada yang mau tuh koalisi sama Geert Wilders dan partai PVV-nya. Karena ya mereka kan dirasa punya gagasan-gagasan yang terlalu ekstrim kan. Makanya waktu pemimpin partai PVV dibilang gitu, ini tuh semacam kayak ngasih keyakinan ke masyarakat kalau jangan-jangan PVV emang nggak seburuk itu. Akhirnya mereka malah milih PVV deh.
Nih, saking mengejutkannya kemenangan partai PVV, bahkan di Belanda tuh langsung demo menentang kemenangan ini. Terutama yang demo di sini tuh dari orang-orang Muslim sama LGBT-nya, yang ngerasa mereka tuh bakal makin termarginalkan kalau partai PVV sampai megang pemerintahan.
Dit is niet het land waar ik zo verliefd op was. Dit is niet het land waar ik zoveel van hou. Het land waar ik zoveel van hou is een land waarin we elkaar vasthouden en waarin we met elkaar samenleven.
Nah, yang menarik sebenarnya selain Belanda, banyak banget negara-negara lain di dunia yang juga saat ini tuh ngalamin fenomena meningkatnya popularitas partai-partai populis sayap kanan. Yang paling jelas pastinya Amerika lah, yang sempat dipimpin sama Donald Trump dengan banyak kebijakan kontroversialnya. Atau kalau di Eropa tuh ada Italia sama Jerman yang sekarang tuh dikuasain sama partai sayap kanan yang punya ideologi nasionalis konservatif, yang dianggap ya mirip-mirip kayak ideologi fasis nih. Tapi kenapa trennya jadi ke sayap kanan? Nah, kalau menurut The Week, ada beberapa alasan kenapa hal ini bisa terjadi. Misalnya, karena adanya konflik budaya di negara-negara yang ngalamin lonjakan jumlah imigran. Kayak di Swedia deh misalnya deh. Kalau lu inget di video kita yang ngebahas soal bocil-bocil gangster kematian di Swedia kemarin, itu kan banyak banget ya dari pelaku kejahatannya itu yang ternyata anak-anak imigran. Nah, kejadian-kejadian kayak gini tuh bikin orang-orang asli sana mikir kalau sumber masalah utama di negara mereka tuh imigran. Orang-orang aslinya tuh jadi mikirnya, kalau mau masalah berkurang banyak, ya kita harus nyingkirin imigran nih berarti nih. Makanya narasi anti-imigran di Belanda kan juga tadi sempat populer kan, sampai partai-partai lain ikutan nyuarain juga. Karena ya sikap ini berpotensi ngasih banyak suara ke mereka.
Winning elections based on a campaign on anti-immigration and anti-Islam polemics.
The biggest threats to our survival today and the threats to our freedom are the European Union, mass immigration, and this terrible Islamic ideology of submission and violence.
Terus selain itu juga ada nih alasan dari sisi ekonomi nih. Jadi di negara-negara Eropa yang ngalamin krisis, kayak di Yunani misalnya, di sana mata uang euro tuh dianggap jadi sumber masalah yang bikin krisis Yunani tuh makin memburu. Dan ini ngebikin tren kepercayaan masyarakat ke Uni Eropa tuh juga jadi anjlok ya, sampai akhirnya muncul narasi-narasi Euroskeptik. Narasi-narasi yang isinya ya nggak percaya ke Uni Eropa lagi. Nah, narasi-narasi ini kebanyakannya tuh disuarain sama partai-partai populis sayap kanan di Eropa. Dan karena masyarakatnya banyak yang ngerasa, ini yang disuarain sama partai ini bener nih. Akhirnya mereka jadi milih partai itu, partai-partai populis sayap kanan itu. Jadi ya isu tren naiknya partai sayap kanan tuh emang bukan di Belanda doang ya. Dan topik utamanya ya selalu itu, imigran sebagai sumber masalah. Sama ya, beberapa masalahnya di Uni Eropa juga lah. Cuma ya balik lagi, kalau ngomongin pemilu di Belanda, walaupun partai PVV berhasil unggul lumayan telak di pemilu kemarin, tapi mereka tuh masih harus ngelewatin satu tantangan lagi sebelum bisa jadi pemerintah Belanda. Tantangan buat ngebentuk koalisi yang bisa menuhin syarat 76 kursi tadi. Soalnya walaupun PVV unggul di pemilu kan, tapi kalau koalisinya nggak berhasil mencapai jumlah kursi minimum, ya ada kemungkinan partainya Geert Wilders ini malah gagal masuk ke pemerintahan. Dan kalaupun PVV berhasil ngebentuk koalisi berjumlah minimal 76 kursi, tetap aja tuh masih ada kemungkinan Geert Wilders nggak jadi Perdana Menterinya. Walaupun ya peluang Geert Wilders tuh tetap lebih besar lah buat sekarang lah daripada calon-calon lainnya. Ya balik lagi, menurut gue ini tuh mirip-mirip pemilu Thailand kemarin lah. Ingat kan lu ya? Kemarin kan di pemilu Thailand kan Partai Orange menang besar ya, unggul jauh tuh mereka tuh perolehan suaranya. Sampai Pita, pemimpin Partai Orange, dia berpotensi jadi Perdana Menteri Thailand berikutnya. Tapi ternyata mereka gagal waktu pembentukan koalisi dan dijegal banyak isu juga kan. Akhirnya abis itu yang naik malah partai urutan keduanya, malah Partai Phatai kan. Tapi ya kalau buat yang Belanda ini kita harus tunggu lagi lah nanti lah update-nya gimana nih. Tapi kalau menurut lu sendiri gimana nih? Apakah Geert Wilders bakal jadi Perdana Menteri Belanda berikutnya atau enggak? Yang mana nih? Silakan komen.
Dat wij ervoor gaan zorgen dat Nederland weer voor de Nederlanders wordt. Dat die asieltsunami en die immigratie, dat die wordt beperkt. Dat mensen weer meer geld in hun portemonnee krijgen.
Oke, sekian dari bagian kali ini tentang pemilu Belanda yang terjadi di bulan November 2023 kemarin. Yang pemenangnya ya banyak nggak disangka-sangka lah. Kalau lu mau revisi kayak gue udah salah, atau mau nanya, atau nambahin nggak di video, bisa tulis di komen, kita diskusi kayak biasa. Sekali lagi thank you, dan jangan lupa like, comment, subscribe. Bye.
Wardah Matte Lip Cream. What's your color? Are you warm or cool? Warms.
Prakteknya TikTok masih berjalan belum sesuai dengan aturan perundang-undangan kita. Pak Zulhas bilangnya ya ini kan masa probation. Setelah masa percobaan ini selesai, apakah dibiarkan begitu saja? Apakah TikTok dan Tokopedia akhirnya memenuhi semua syarat yang harusnya dibuat, harusnya dipenuhi di undang-undang? Atau peraturannya yang berubah?
Kita kasih solusi.
TikTok nggak akan bayar 23 triliun
kalau nggak bawa-bawa Tanah Abang.
Isi Ferry tajam banget tuh mulutnya ya. Udah rapihin. Maksud apa nih? Maksud apa nih?
Iya,
lah memang Tanah Abang yang lagi rapi.
Aneh Bang dari ini tantrum sendiri. Dari tadi kan aku setuju sama yang Abang bilang.
Bukan. Ya kan emang bawa Tanah Abang.
Iya betul.
Isunya
betul.
memang lagi kencang di situ.
Iya betul. Kan aku mengafirmasi.
Oh,
iya kan bawa Tanah Abang.
Iya memang itu yang lagi isu kencang.
Iya.
Makanya berarti benar. Ya menurut lo gimana?
Jadi gini, sebenarnya isu TikTok itu nggak bisa kita lihat. Ya itu one dimensi tadi ya. Kayak TikTok Shop tuh harusnya buka atau tutup. Oh, gue dukung TikTok Shop buka. Orang-orang lebih bisa punya usaha, orang-orang lebih gampang untuk transaksi, untuk pemenuhan kebutuhan lebih enak. Yang masyarakat kita dapat uang. Konsumen juga mendapatkan pilihan barang terbaik, produk lokal lebih naik. Ya siapa yang nggak support barang kayak gitu?
Ya bagus dong.
Bagus. Terus end podcast gitu ya. Jadi. Tapi kan di sini problemnya itu bukan cuma itu. Syukur TikTok Shop buka itu hal yang baik. Tapi akan lebih baik lagi dibuka dengan ketentuan yang emang fair, sesuai dan aman buat masyarakat.
Coba kita bedah.
Pertama, nah ini prosesnya ya yang mungkin nggak banyak orang yang pelajari.
Oke.
Gimana transaksi ini terjadi, yang dibeli sama TikTok itu kan bukan Gotonya tapi Tokopedia-nya ya. Tokopedia kan di bawah Goto gitu. Yang awalnya 99,5% sahamnya itu dibeli 75%. Dibelinya itu mekanismenya menarik gitu kan. Mekanismenya menarik. Ya kalau nggak salah waktu itu TikTok ngeluarin 1,84 miliar US dollar. 840 jutanya dibayar cash, satunya komisori not komisori. Gimana ngejanya komisori not ya. Setelah menyelesaikan dan sebagainya jadi 840 juta cash. Nah, dari 840 juta itu Tokopedia dapat duit nih 340-nya dipakai Tokopedia untuk membeli hak eksklusif TikTok Shop. Jadi di atas kertas ya TikTok Shop itu berjalan by Tokopedia. Jadi ya makanya dapat nilai 1,5 itu kan. Berarti kan 75% 1,5 berarti valuasinya sekitar 2,3 atau 2,4 US dollar miliar.
2,4 triliun US dollar.
2,4 miliar.
2,4 miliar US dollar
ya. Segitulah nilainya. Jadi kan nah kan kenapa ini harus dilakukan? Mungkin gue baca beberapa orang juga punya pendapat dilakukan ya berarti setelah dibuka lagi TikTok Shop ini berjalan di bawah Tokopedia,
iya.
yang udah punya izin e-commerce.
Iya berarti kan sehat dong.
Enggak lah, itu tidak memenuhi syarat Permendak 31/2020. Tetap aja berjalannya di sosial media.
Masuknya ke Permendaknya ya, tapi
Iya.
kita nggak ngomongin tentang isu ekonomi lokal jadi
Belum.
ya.
Kita kan bahasa Bang Dery kan tadi bilang bahasa
Iya,
kesatuan.
oke,
Ya.
boleh.
Ini sesuatu yang harusnya dibahas dan ditentukan bersama gitu, dilihat bersama. Apakah TikTok Shop yang sudah buka sekarang ini itu sudah ada yang berubah dari TikTok Shop sebelumnya, selain itu udah kerja sama Tokopedia. Ternyata kan sampai sekarang, dan udah di Kementerian UMKM juga udah mau ngomong, bahkan Dirjennya Kemendak juga udah ngomong kalau mereka belum menerima izin e-commerce dari TikTok, dan nggak bisa cuma karena sekarang Tokopedia yang menaungi di atas kertas. Tokopedia walaupun pembelinya 75% TikTok, Tokopedia yang nggak bisa juga itu dijadikan pembenaran untuk mengatakan bahwa TikTok sudah taat aturan. Prakteknya TikTok masih berjalan belum sesuai dengan aturan perundang-undangan kita.
Lagi uji coba juga lagi katanya.
Ya, itu Pak Zulhas bilangnya ya ini kan masa probation. Ini kan teknologinya tingkat tinggi, ada kutipan wawancara kayak gitu. Jadi ya kita kasih waktu 3-4 bulan lah. Nanti kita evaluasi lagi. Apakah mereka memajukan produk lokal atau enggak. Pak, problemnya tuh bukan lokalnya doang loh, Pak. Fairness-nya dengan sosial media yang lain atau e-commerce yang lain juga dipikirin loh. Dan bahkan dalam waktu uji cobanya pun dari keterangan Pak Zulhas itu kan ambigu 3-4 bulan. 3 atau 4 bulan. Dan jangan ada mereka putaran uang selama 3-4 bulan.
Oh, gede tuh. Itu gede tuh. Itu
Terus kedua,
waduh,
ambiguitasnya adalah nanti makanya kita harus lihat setelah masa percobaan ini selesai, apakah dibiarkan begitu saja? Apakah TikTok dan Tokopedia akhirnya memenuhi semua syarat yang harusnya dipenuhi di undang-undang? Atau peraturannya yang berubah? Apakah dia memenuhi syarat yang disesuaikan sama Permendak tadi atau peraturannya berubah?
Tapi lucu juga ya, maksudnya kan Kementerian Perdagangan masa tidak sesuai berjalan dengan peraturan Permendak?
Ya menterinya udah bilang nggak apa-apa, ini masa percobaan karena teknologinya tinggi mungkin. Ya berarti kan dia udah keep up sama zaman ya kan, memberikan ruang untuk berkembang.
Keren dong.
Keren. Yang bilang nggak keren siapa?
Oh iya, makanya kan kita keren kan.
Iya.
Coba kita lihat, nah, menurut lo dengan seperti ini, awalnya dulu gue mau tarik mundur ke belakang. Peraturan atau Permendak tadi dibikin nomor berapa?
3. Kok gue jadi 31 ya kalau nggak salah
31 ya.
Ya, seharusnya sebelumnya 5
awalnya dulu. Itu dibikin karena apa?
Melindungi UMKM, melindungi produk lokal kita, salah satunya ya. Karena ya azas keadilan pasar lah. Kita kan bukan negara bebas, negara pasar bebas kan. Ada kepentingan kita untuk melindungi produk-produk lokal kita supaya enggak terjadi lagi tahun 98 yang mana ya karena produk lokal kita lemah, orang-orang beli produk impor, terus guncangan ekonomi terjadi, kita jatuh gitu. Dan produk lokal kita juga lagi tumbuh-tumbuhnya nih. Banyak sekali gue lihat di podcast Kasih Solusi CEO produk lokal yang punya omset miliaran, bahkan mungkin puluhan miliar per bulan, masih muda, lebih muda lagi dari Bang Dery gua atau apa segala macam. Ada tuh asanya ada gitu loh. Jadi ya gue dukung perlindungan pada produk-produk lokal kita atau produsen-produsen lokal kita. Nah cuman problem dari TikTok itu sendiri kan yang kemarin sempat dibahas adalah masalah security data. Ini dua entitas yang punya data sama-sama gede nih. TikTok punya data gede, usernya bukan pengguna TikTok Shop ya, usernya udah gede, 125 juta orang. Kalau nggak salah ya di Indonesia. Tokopedia juga udah gede, belasan juta, ditambah Goto ya, ekosistem Goto, mitra mereka, driver mereka 2,4 juta, dan sinergi gitu. Ini kan juga harus mengerti peraturan perlindungan data dan privacy ya.
Ya tapi kan memang itu diatur juga mengenai data, mau kenapa data bocor gitu?
Iya. Tapi kan makanya ini juga dipastikan pemerintah kita jangan yang tutup mata tutup telinga aja soal ini. Apakah ini udah sesuai ketentuan
Iya, tapi
undang-undang?
kan belum tentu terjadi bahwa ada kebocoran data.
Nah, kalau kan lebih baik preventif, Bang.
Oh iya.
Ya, tentu kita harus aware dulu, nggak bilang mereka akan membocorkan atau apa. Tapi kan ini kita bicara sesuatu yang banyak sekali dan menyangkut banyak sekali orang gitu.
Oke, akan dibawa kemana arahnya kalau memang
kalau misalnya dijual ke luar negeri misalnya preferensi kita, behavior kita diketahui, oh ternyata orang Indonesia lebih suka produk kayak gini, bentuknya kayak gini, ingredient dibikin di situ dengan produksi yang 100 kali lipat, bisa lebih banyak dan lebih besar dengan ingredient yang sama, beda merek, harga lebih murah. Predator pricing dong. Yang Arif Muhammad jelasinnya di sini nggak?
Iya betul. Ya mungkin predator pricing yang sekarang belum begitu berasa, tapi ketika ada data yang sekarang ini terlalu signifikan, kayaknya itu deh. Soalnya waktu itu sempat digaungkan juga mengenai predator pricing dan seterusnya gitu kan, karena dia tahu behavior kita. Bukan lagi nih Fer, ini gue coba agak kontradiktif ya. Kan data itu nggak perlu pakai data untuk ngelihat behavior kita. Lo gini loh. Dengan lo doyan pakai ads, dengan lo doyan algoritma lo giring kemana, itu kan sebenarnya kan udah kelihatan behavior mau kemana. Sekarang udah sih AI bos.
Ya itu yang dijual, yang dipakai itu data pakai akhirnya jadi.
Bukan, sekarang pun juga kita.
Oh enggak dong bang.
Iya dong.
Kalau sekarang yang dilihat itu bagaimana kebiasaan kita dalam berselancar ya.
Iya.
Besok itu yang dilihat bahkan preferensi kita, data pribadi kita. Dan ketakutan itu bukan cuma soal bagaimana transaksi ekonomi bekerja, bagaimana produk dibuat yang menyesuaikan keinginan kita atau lain, digunakan untuk hal yang lain bagaimana?
Oh enggak. Ketika merger ini, TikTok sama Tokopedia kan merger nih. Nah kan Tokopedia udah punya data sendiri.
Iya.
TikTok juga udah punya data sendiri. Sebelum mereka kawin, kan mereka udah punya data.
Iya.
Usernya kan sama.
Iya. Kan harus sinergi. Usernya yang beda lah. Gak semua orang yang punya TikTok punya Tokopedia, bang.
Iya. Dia pasti.
Dan aku rasa juga salah satu
belum tentu kawin ya. Sama ya.
Salah satu daya pikat yang bikin TikTok mau beli 75% itu juga mungkin salah satunya adalah data yang dipilih.
Parah loh itu 75 tuh.
Tapi kan sebenarnya nggak bilang kita harus parno paranoid ya. Cuman ya ini juga jadi awareness. Dan gue yakin lah TikTok dan Tokopedia itu kan dua-duanya pemain gede. Mereka pasti aware sama privacy kita, sama data-data kita tidak disalahgunakan dan tetap namanya jangan sampai merger ini malah
bisa jadi mungkin Tokopedia sudah ngatur ada NDA di situ, ada juga akad atau MOU yang jelas. Siapa tahu pokoknya kita merger tidak ada dilusi lagi, tidak ada loan misalnya ke depannya. Kalaupun ada mau ngelepas ini apa segala macamnya harus izin dulu, atau bahkan tidak ada penyelewengan data. Bisa dong.
Dan mungkin yang ini terjadi TikTok, di sosial media lain, kayak Instagram, misalnya kayak e-commerce yang lain, kayak Shopee, Bukalapak dan lain sebagainya ini ada. Jadi ini general awareness harusnya buat orang-orang. Kalau buat orang-orang, kalau problemnya ada dan buat pemerintah kita ngasih rasa aman kita. Nah itu bukan jadi kewajiban pemerintah. Security dan perasaan bahwa oke, safe. Oke, kalau pemerintah kita aja bahas aja enggak. Gimana kita ngerasa kita diselamatin dan diamanin kan? Dia dibahas Tanah Abang ini terus-terusan, tangisan pedagang Tanah Abang. Cuman itu yang dijual, tapi sementara mereka punya pilihan untuk mengedukasi masyarakat. Itu yang
Oke. Tapi kalau gue coba untuk memaksa menggiring opini bahwa dengan adanya mergernya ini ternyata menjadi positif, menurut lo sisi positifnya mana? Dengan membangkitkan ekonomi lokal?
Kalau dijalankan dengan benar ya jelas positif.
Positif dong ya?
Iya, maksudnya kalau emang komitmen yang terhadap produsen lokal dan toko-toko lokal dan pengusaha lokal ya jelas positif. Tapi di satu sisi ya nggak bisa juga kita tutup mata dengan semua resiko dan hal-hal yang mungkin bisa memberikan dampak yang buruk ini kan sebenarnya. Jadi masalah lagi setelah 4 bulan apa? Kalau kayak gitu, kalau setelah 4 bulan ternyata TikTok tetap bisa berjalan tanpa izin e-commerce ini dengan jalan dengan mengetuk Tokopedia ini dan merger sama Tokopedia, jadi apa keributan yang selama ini udah dibuat gitu? Apa headline dengan tangan nengis Tanah Abang ini? Apa gunanya? Jadi kayak bukan nyalain TikTok, Tokopedia atau e-commerce lain atau sosial media lain. Wow, performa kita luar biasa. Ujung-ujungnya apa? Jadi kayak dan jangan salahkan masyarakat dong kalau ujung-ujungnya kita jadi mencium apa dorongan hal ini didorong segitu. Kalau pada akhirnya bukan masyarakat.
kita lihat aja nanti mudah-mudahan Pak Zulhas di
Bukan cuma Pak Zulhas.
Oh enggak, ini kan kita lagi bahas Permendak.
Iya kan
Pak Zulhas.
Kemenkop
Oh,
UKM.
iya.
Pak Teten juga.
Pak Teten juga ya, Pak Teten, Pak Zulhas itu ya, mudah-mudahan kan Anda kan saya percaya Anda orang-orang baik.
Pak Menko Info.
Iya. Ya Anda itu orang-orang baik lah, Anda itu protektor yang unggul lah menurut saya dan ulung gitu. Jadi Anda kayaknya nggak mungkin mengorbankan
masyarakat untuk kepentingan pribadi yang
Iya dong, Anda pasti memproteksi kita kan. Kita percayalah, kita serahkan pada Anda lah.
Walaupun judi online masih ini, ya mungkin nih ada masalah yang lebih pentingnya TikTok Shop ini kan.
Udah bagus hati, udah angkat, ya kan? Bapak protektor yang ulung ya Pak, Bapak proteksi kami dong Pak, bener kan? Saya percaya dipatahin, tak, otaknya emang terlalu pinter begini orang ini, tak tiba-tiba, ya nggak apa-apa fokusnya ke TikTok ya, meskipun judi online, iya bener lagi gue kepikiran.
Iya kayak webcamnya bagus, produksi ya bagus, nggak ada yang beli karena uangnya habis buat tapi sementara nggak ada tindakan yang lain.
Gue ngeliat cuplikan lo di mana ya? Yang lo hilang push gitu, Dedi ya?
Iya mungkin.
Deddy Kobuzer bukan sih yang lo bilang sekarang uang ini hilang gitu? Iya. Gara-gara judi online.
Iya di satu sisi dalam beberapa
Gimana jelasin detailnya?
Kamboja sama beberapa Kamboja, Filipina, negara Asia Tenggara yang lain yang judinya legal.
Iya.
Itu pertumbuhan ekonominya melesat semua. Uangnya siapa itu?
Iya.
Tapi mungkin pemerintah kita punya bigger picture ya, punya helikopter view yang lebih baik ya kan.
Ya kan konsumtif judi kan bukan dari Indonesia. Kita ini negara bagus loh. Memang konsumtifnya siapa? Itu Kamboja naik kan masa sumbangsi dari uang kita?
Iya enggak. Ya yakin lah. Makanya mungkin memang kitanya aja yang paranoid soal judi online ini. Sebenarnya masalahnya nggak sebesar itu. Nggak ada tindakan apapun kok sampai sekarang.
Artinya nggak besar. Makanya nggak ditindaki. Yang lebih besar adalah TikTok.
Tapi PPATK terus update nih. Dari 200 triliun, 300 triliun, 500 triliun, 500 triliun udah jadi IKN. Tapi kan nggak cukup besar untuk protektor kita bertindak kan.
PPATK kemarin sempat dibahas juga sama Aiman Wicaksono di sini nih. Iya kan harusnya ke sana, tapi kok pas gue tanya, gue kejar Aiman Wicaksono, ya udah kan PPATK bisa cari tahu tuh rekening-rekening yang masuk dari rekening siapa aja, ketahuan kan orang-orangnya apa segala macamnya, siapa dalangnya. Nggak ada yang bisa jawab tuh, gue coba kejar. Aduh, Ferry. Sangat mulut ini.
Enggak, iya, maksudnya kayak jadi nggak sempat untuk nyari tahu untuk menjawab gitu.
Kan kelihatan rekeningnya Bang apa,
ya, susah.
siapa namanya.
Ya, kita juga nggak iya. Cuman ya problem kan yang ada di grassroots kan. Teori skala prioritas harusnya Indonesia itu kita tuh pernah terlibat kesana buat mungkin Bang dari anak band juga tahu dan akhir awal 2000-an
ya.
And then ada komitmen beneran untuk orang ini dan itu yang kita belum rasain karena dulu kan kita lihat kalau ngelihat apakah ada yang ditangkap ya selama di Indonesia kayaknya diproses ditangkap semua bandar-bandar dan kalau gue ngerasa kenapa begini ini harus dampaknya udah sangat destruktif. Jadi kalau pelaku usaha gue punya coffee shop,
Iya, gue tahu.
Gue punya coffee shop, gue ngeliat sendiri. Dulu sih belum yang marak-marak banget. Orang tuh pasti yang terus bisa belajar karena bukan cuma bisa saya ya udah di HP. Iya. Behavior pun secara nggak sadar atau nggak sadar berubah. Dulu punya duit 100.000 bisa pesan dia sekarang punya 100.000 cuma
bisa ya? Pecah. Kesel banget gue. Udah duit ngepas juga.
Tapi itu yang terjadi Bang. Kalau misalnya kita lagi sore atau siang mangkal di ya bahkan di pekerja kerah biru ya. it really happen gitu.
Serius lu?
Serius. Dan kayaknya no one give a eye about it gitu loh, kayak ini problem lo bro gitu, ini masalah lo. Gue jelas ada, tentu kita sebagai kreator, kita sipil biasa, kita nggak punya proteksi apapun, something like that, tidak punya batasan ya. Tapi ya kalau
nah, kita lihat tadi tahun 2024 tuh bagus tadi kalimatnya, suka wise banget bahwa kita memang diperhati publik. Jadi ada beberapa yang memang kita tahan dari tadi obrolannya dan kita enak tektokannya kita jaga gitu, paham, tapi nggak mungkin lah jadi malah jadi motor besar. Kita coba istilahnya selain Allah ya, istilah duniawinya kita gantungkan nasib rakyat Indonesia kepada pemimpin kita di tahun 2024. Nah, mungkin sebagai penutup, bro, berarti lu sekarang bisnisnya apa aja? Dalam hal tadi lu singgung mengenai coffee shop, ada PR juga, kan ini kan channel bisnis.
Kalau coffee shop, ya so far masih ada.
I will have order.
Oke. Di kantornya di Menteng bos.
Enggak, sewa.
Kalau tutup aja harga sewa di Menteng, Muhammad Yamin, buset.
Jadi ya kita bisnis. Oke. Beda ya. Konsultan PR itu ya PR manajemen, PR pricing, branding, produk, person, jasa.
Ya
Gitu
termasuk
fokus di sini.
Iya, termasuk tadi lu juga punya satu skill yang menurut gua iya juga ya, gua jadi kepikiran tuh. Kayak istilah kartu usaha startup, kartu usaha pengusaha, ya kan?
Karena PR itu kan 360 kan.
Iya,
Jadi
iya.
kayak tadi gua bilang setelah secara teknis tapi nyebut ke bagian baru banget, bisa belajar banyak hal gitu. Aku tuh nggak pernah ngerasa kayak gini sosial media, apalagi keturunannya karena platform sosial media ini tempat urgent banget sekarang.
Iya.
Once ya, kita nggak cuma ngomong soal personal identity, personal branding, tentang pembawaan orang, tentang bagaimana komunikasi massa dilakukan. Nah, tapi bagaimana menggunakan sosial media. Aku tuh selalu bilang, ketika lu cari pakar sosial media dan dia udah memperkenalkan ke diri lu sebagai sosial media expertise atau pakar sosial media, maka itu orang pertama yang lu harus tinggalin.
Oh, kenapa emang ya?
Karena sosial media itu dinamis sekali. Apa yang relevan hari ini, lusa udah bisa jadi lusa. No one can expert on that. Terus kalau ditanya kenapa gue harus hire, gue bikin YouTube gue sendiri di tahun 2020 tanpa background apapun, tanpa pernah terkenal masuk TV or something like that, di gudang gue.
Gila. Ini gue mau kasih apresiasi teman-teman. Gue pikir gue doang. Ini bukan adu-aduan gimana ya, tapi gue pikir gue doang kasih solusi yang ya sebenarnya jujur gue juga nggak no one banget sih. Itu makanya. Jadi tapi gue coba untuk berikan satu kegeeran dalam tanda kutip untuk memotivasi diri gue bahwa gue boleh diadu lah. Sebelum gue ketemu lo nih ya, kan gue juga nontonin konten-konten lo sempet cerita ya kan, posisi lo yang kayak lorong banget, lo sempet ngerombak juga, ya kan tempat lo gitu kan, gudang itu gue ngikutin lah, dari lama. Terus gue pikir gue nih, ya kan no one dalam arti kan kayak, ya Dedi bikin udah namanya gede, Denny Sumargo udah jadi artis pebasket dan seterusnya gitu kan. Ya, kita lihat lah Renat Kasali, Gita Wirjawan, mikirnya dulu gitu. Ternyata ada lagi lebih no one ya juga ya. Ternyata lu ya. Enggak, kalau gue masih ada keviera-vieraannya bro. Masih ada lah. Jadi gue mau dibilang kayak dari nol, enggak lah, udah lakuin aja lah. Gue juga dulu aktif di TV juga sih.
Radio ya bang ya?
Radio juga gitu. Jadi ternyata enggak sih, bukan gue enggak no one banget gitu. Ternyata ini lebih parah. Dan lu nge-growth, ngenaikin media lu itu gila lu. Betul, apa pakai ads ya?
Enggak lah.
Hah?
Iya,
pakai
ya tadi.
Gimana sih,
Ya
algoritma
tadi.
aja lu ngambil organik aja udah.
Social behavior, try and error. Jadi gue berusaha memahami. Jadi keilmuan yang gue punya itu gue terapin dengan keilmuan, dengan majornya gue, dengan pemahaman gue soal ini supply apa, demand apa, human behavior kayak gimana, algoritma kerjanya kayak gimana.
Boleh kita kolaborasi nggak sih? Nggak, terus gue oke lah, gue open di sini lah. Gue pasti ada tujuan dan maksud. Gue pengen belajar sama lo, tapi tetap ada tujuannya kita bisa kolaborasi misalnya.
Gampang, sangat.
Iya nggak sih?
Iya.
Kan gue Cina bro. Kalau Cina kan nggak cuma pengen belajar doang, gue belajar gimana cara dapat cuan juga. Sekali dayung 2 pulau terlampaui bro.
Tapi menarik sih bang, karena kayak gini, karena kan nggak banyak yang, entah kenapa gue in banget dengan hal kayak gitu dulu. Karena gue tuh punya tugas gini, gue nge-develop channel. Jadi sebelum gue nge-YouTube, beneran as Ferry Irwandi, gue nge-develop channel yang paling susah buat dijual.
Parah. Itu makanya gue bilang tadi, udah no one terus songong lagi.
Gak, bukan.
So idealis.
Bukan.
Songong dalam artian, gila nih orang berani banget bahas-bahas kayak begini. Berat. Terus gede view-nya, kan keselin ya. Ngeselin banget. Idealis banget soal gue bilang, ini orang nekat nih. Lu tuh siapa? Lu kalau Deddy Corbuzier bahas begini lu cepet naik. Ternyata gue bilang awal-awal kan, lah naik lagi beneran. Pembahasannya berat-berat banget.
Karena dulu tuh gue punya indikator kerja gue, kinerja utama gue tuh adalah naikin channel Kementerian Keuangan. Susah kan? Apa yang mau lu jual gitu. Jadi dari situ gue harus pahamin sistem, gue harus pahami manusia, gue harus pahamin supply and demand, apa yang dibutuhkan orang, apa yang jadi tren atau enggak, apa yang sebenarnya tren, apa yang terlihat sebagai tren, apa yang emang dibutuhkan, apa yang terlihat sebagai kebutuhan oleh orang lain. Tahun 2020, sebelum 2020 lu akan dianggap gila ketika lu bilang gue mau bahas soal makroekonomi, gue mau bahas soal penjatuhan ekonomi Amerika 2008 dan bakal banyak yang nonton karena orang lihat nggak akan ada yang nonton karena orang ngerasa supply-nya nggak ada, demand-nya nggak ada. The fact demand-nya ada. Kenapa demand-nya ada? Karena konten-konten konspirasi yang ngaco ngomong soal keuangan itu banyak sekali yang nonton. Nah mereka ini nggak bisa disalahin. Mereka nggak bisa disalahin karena emang supply untuk mereka yang benar nggak ada, dan lu tinggal masuk aja ke satu market yang demandnya tinggi, supply-nya nggak ada, ya lu
bunuh diri.
Ya justru kebalikannya dong bang.
Kebalikannya ya.
Demandnya banyak,
tapi
supply-nya nggak ada. Lu monopoli. Ya. Makanya gue datang sendiri, nggak ada lagi podcast, nggak bikin podcast bahkan. Ya gue bikin SI video namanya. Jadi sekarang kan udah mulai banyak ya orang bikin SI video. Ada Guru Gembul, ada Pak Indrawan gitu, ada ya Aurey,
Detektif Aldo.
Iya, Detektif Aldo juga menang. Tapi kan biasanya kalau storyteller kayak gitu, kalau naratif video atau video kayak gitu kan orang cuma nyeritain ada peristiwa ini diceritain kayak gini. Nah, gue ngeliat potensi di situ. Orang Indonesia tuh suka diceritain. Yeah. Nah, gue udah dapat nih titik-titiknya nih. Oke, kita bikin essay video, kita bahas sesuatu yang sifatnya essay, bukan lagi storytelling tapi essay, ada konklusi, ada masalah, ada ini pasti works. Dan kemarin yang gue juga baru develop media yang Malaka Project itu.
Bukan dong, apa Malaka Project?
Ini pembahasannya bahkan lebih berat dari yang gue bahas ya.
Malaka, bentar, lu sama siapa ya?
Itu ada 9 konten kreator lah, gue ngajak.
Nah itu soalnya pernah ada yang gue duduk kok dia nyebut Malaka juga ya?
Oh iya, siapa?
Apa gue salah denger ya?
Si Rizky juga one off.
Nah ya kan?
Iya ini Jerome, Fatia.
Ini media lu nih ya?
Ya media.
Kok asik banget sih ininya, key visualnya. Ini siapa desainnya?
Desain ada teman, cuman kan gue ngasih guideline-nya ya, warna yang harus dipakai, logonya atau apa, karena kan gue orang visual gitu.
Iya.
Terus ngebuat videonya kayak gimana? Coba deh lihat videonya. Ayo gue berani jamin gak ada media yang punya niat sinematografi dan visual dari sini. Di YouTube aja,
YouTube-nya aja YouTube ya.
YouTube.
Ini Malaka ini berarti channel media dong?
Channel media.
Oke.
Ada 2 hal. Pertama, gue sangat menghormati Tan Malaka. Kedua, gue kepikiran nama ini karena waktu itu lagi ngobatin ibu gue di rumah sakit mahkota Malaka.
Di mana tuh?
Malaka, Malaysia.
Oh di Malaysia.
Jadi ada harapan di situ kan.
Oh, Masya Allah. Yang mana? Contoh aja yang mana?
Contoh, coba lihat video deh.
Lu ini Coki as a talent?
Coki as a talent.
Oh.
Coki ngomong public speaking di sini.
Oke.
Yang inilah. Coba ya Mahkamah Konstitusi ini.
Iya tuh. Coba. Paling kayak media pada umumnya kan?
Enggak dong.
Editingnya gitu. Editingnya gaya-gaya Ferry Irwandi apa lebih
bagus.
Oh,
lebih niat karena dan kameranya juga kita pakai FX3 ya, kamera Cinecam standar film.
Oh, yang kita gini udah nggak kelirik kali ya. Maksud lu mau bilang kayak
Gak
gitu?
kan biasanya media bikin YouTube di media kalau nggak podcast yang panjang.
Iya betul.
Coba juga. Nah kita merubah stereotip itu.
Ah gila keren banget look sih.
Jadi
ini nggak ada suaranya.
Cuman ada 2 jenis media kan selama ini di YouTube itu, kalau nggak hard news ya kayak gitu.
Iya.
Ya narasi berita Tribun or something like that, atau kayak kasih solusi total politik something like that.
Iya,
Nah
iya.
ada ceruk nih untuk video-video yang penjelasan tentang explain video gitu.
Oke, ini kan apa nama ininya dia?
Pendekatan dokumenter lah.
Iya, jadi dia cerita nanti baru ada masuk ininya.
Terus
ya
ada
kan?
problem.
Iya. Kayak VT profile juga ya, kayak Net 86 juga gitu kan.
Kayak ini kalau di US tuh VOX Fox.
Iya.
Terus di Economics,
terus
Meeting gitu. Jadi ya referensi.
Mewah banget medianya. Handheld gitu lagi. Iya kan biasanya kan rata-rata kan tripod-tripodan ya. Jadi benar-benar shaky gitu.
Iya, emang karena suka film.
Karena filming banget jadinya, keren.
Poise Anti Acne Facial Foam, lawan 3 masalah jerawat dalam sekali cuci muka.
Oke. Kenapa dia ya? Enggak. Gua kenal, gua tahu dia. Tapi kenapa dia bahas ini?
Nah, itu kan bayangin Jerome Pauline yang selama ini kontennya dianggap receh, ringan dan apa, ngebahas soal bagaimana suara pemilu dihitung dalam matematika.
Gue bisa nonton. Gue selalu kesel sama dia. Gak pernah ngerti gue mau apa omongannya. Skip. Gak pernah ngerti gue ngomongan dia sama adenya. Pernah tuh nge-screenshot.
Apa?
Siapa adenya ngomongin matematika. Ngomongin apaan sih lo, Jerome?
Nah ini emang dibuat, kan matematika itu selalu jadi momok padahal penting kan. Nah Jerome itu ada di segmen market, dia kan gede banget. Nah di satu sisi makin dia gede itu kan tingkat kompromisnya juga makin tinggi. Orang pengen ngelihat Jerome makan, main-main sama temennya, tapi dia punya hasrat yang sangat besar tetap untuk berbagi keilmuan matematikanya. So itulah supply dan demand ketemu. Aku butuh orang yang bisa ngejelasin matematika dengan baik.
Gile. Ini gak cuma Jerome tapi positioning medianya juga bener bro, monopolistik lo. Cuma lo yang satu, supply-nya banyak, demand-nya banyak.
Karena aku ngelihat yang tidak dilihat orang. Itu aja sih. Mau kapital sebesar apa yang kupunya untuk nge-hire talent-talent kayak Coki, Jerome or something like that, atau Rizky. Abang udah pernah ketemu orangnya. Ini bukan orang-orang yang bisa lu beli dengan uang gitu.
Iya.
Tapi ya kita punya gagasan, kita punya konsep sama. Kenapa sih untuk menjelaskan, untuk berbagi satu ilmu, lu harus bayar mahal, sedangkan lu bisa pakai YouTube. Sesimpel itu gitu.
Gile. Dan stakeholder founder 9 orang itu. Termasuk orang-orang ini yang ada di sini.
Mereka mereka termasuk founder. Jadi kayak gue nggak mau mengklaim diri gue sendiri yang buat. Jadi ya gue ngajak 9 orang, ayo kita buat bareng.
Gila men, editingnya men. Ini kalau teman-teman tahu mengenai visual ya, gue termasuk penikmat visual juga ya. Rapi, shotnya, transisinya. Oke. Gila gue sampai bengong, ntar aja gue nonton sendiri deh. Ini gak ada acara nobar nih podcast guys. Ngobrol, dialog. Ntar gue cek deh.
Dan gue gak, ya ini juga sesuatu yang emang dari dulu gue impiin ya. Punya sesuatu. Gue gak tahu ini tahannya berapa lama. Balik lagi kita realistis, resource dan ketersediaan kayak gimana, secara bisnis kayak gimana, income dari mana. Cuman ya selama ini masih ada dan bisa ngasih manfaat buat banyak orang ya why not.
Iya.
Jadi misalnya ternyata dalam 2 bulan Palaka Project ini kehabisan bensin dan kita nggak bisa terus keep going. Ya udah.
Bentar deh, ngomongin bensin. Berarti ini revenue dari mana? Placement.
So far ini cuma dari placement, dari ini.
Udah ada yang masuk.
Kita bukan placement, bahkan belum kita belum kita baru 1 bulan.
Lo AdSense-nya?
Iya belum ada. Itu ya
Gila lu kuat banget. Itu runway-nya cost-nya
dari aku dan teman-teman juga bantu gitu.
Mereka apa sih gajinya tuh gaji video editor? Pasti gaji.
Iya. Itu kan udah aku siapin lama, Bang.
Oh, lah berarti lu saat ini masih ini ya? Subsidi silang ya?
Iya, bukan subsidi silang lagi, semua resource aku ke sini. Semua resource dan teman-teman yang lain juga.
Total berapa
sebagai
pegawai?
founder. Ya sekitar kalau untuk Malaka ya 8-9 lah.
Itu semua di Menteng?
Beda-beda.
Beda-beda.
Beda-beda tempat, beda-beda resource. Soalnya kan balik lagi kalau untuk yang kerjaan kayak gini kan kita bisa holding gitu.
Oke.
Jadi nggak perlu ini banget.
Ini udah termasuk mimpi lo atau ada lagi mimpinya?
Hah?
Ada lagi yang lebih sadis lagi mimpinya? Ini kan udah mimpi lo kan punya media, ini ada lagi yang lebih tinggi yang belum lo capai?
Banyak lah.
Salah satunya?
Jadi manusia yang bermanfaat buat orang belum. Dan butuh ini. Ya tapi balik lagi kita bakal bagaimana meminimalisir. Artinya misalnya ini harus going gitu. Tapi gimana kita bisa dapat pembiayaan, kita dapat resource dengan cara yang